Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ray Charles.
Get down on your knees if you have to get dirty. Get out. S-E-C-T. Hit me, bam.
The rhythm was there.
Over the course of the last 50 years, Black America has produced the most popular music on the planet. It has given birth to R&B, hip-hop, Motown, and funk. And today, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. This series tells the story of how the sound that came from America's black underclass took over the world. It's the story of soul music, an extraordinary journey that spans more than 5 decades and charts the transformations of the 20th century like nothing else. But the sound which would become known as soul music almost never came into being at all.
Unchain my heart, baby, let me be.
Soul emerged from a forgotten America, where blacks were an oppressed minority, and their music confirmed the worst fears of a conservative white society.
It is obviously a means by which the white man and his children can be driven to the level with the Negro.
Set me free. Unchain my heart.
It was a music born of an oppressed people that said to you, a better day is coming.
There was a price paid for this music.
You know darn well, baby, that I know that I can.
Against all the odds, it was a blind pianist named Ray Charles who would first bring soul music to the world.
He was the genius. He turned the world on to that soul music is here. It's not coming, it's here.
Ray Charles was the first to unify 2 opposing forces, the sexually charged rhythms of the dancehall and the emotionally charged rhythms of the black church. The music he created would lead to a revolution in sound, the birth of soul.
Oh, the rhythm's okay in Harlem and the melody's hot. Yeah, the rhythm's okay in Harlem, 'cause what it takes they've got.
The story of soul music begins in America in the 1930s. The country was racially segregated and deeply divided, and blacks lived as second-class citizens. The North and South were almost separate nations, and more than 1,000 miles away from the sophisticated sounds of Harlem, the South had changed very little since the abolition of slavery. It was here in Albany, Georgia, that Ray Charles Robinson was born on September 23rd, 1930. At just 5 years old, he began to lose his sight. By the age of 7, Ray Charles was completely blind. As a blind child from a poor background, he was sent to Florida School for the Deaf and Blind, St. Augustine's. Blind black children had limited opportunities, but Ray Charles was bright and determined to make something of himself.
Ray Charles could type 75 words a minute when he was 9 years old on a regular typewriter.
But there was a more enjoyable distraction for Ray Charles at school. An old beaten-up piano.
It was so impressive to me, especially just to mash a key and hear a sound. Wow! You know, it stopped me from playing out in the yard. I don't care what I was doing. When I heard that, that was it for me.
With characteristic single-mindedness, Ray set about teaching himself to play.
He learned to read music by Braille, which when you think of it is very difficult. To learn a piano part, he would read the Braille part for the right hand with his left hand and play it. Then he would learn the left hand by reading the Braille with his right hand and play it, and then put them together. But that way he learned the Moonlight Sonata and pieces by Bach and Chopin.
Ray's blindness led him to a world dominated by sound, and he was drawn to the radio, which represented an escape from the mundane routine of life in the school. Ray and his friend Joe Walker imagined life on the air.
Well, my whole thing was I told Ray, I said, Ray, I'm going to be a radio announcer, and I'm going to play your music. I'm going to be the one to introduce you.
CBS Radio presents the music of Ray Charles, his piano and his orchestra.
Direct from Frank Daly's Meadowbrook, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ray Charles. He said, you really going to do it, man? I said, you're right.
Hey, everybody!
It would be more than 20 years before the childhood dreams of Ray Charles could become a reality. Before that could happen, Ray Charles would need to master a whole range of musical skills. One man, more than any other, inspired the young Ray. His name was Louis Jordan.
Don't sit there mumbling, talking trash. If you want to have a ball, you gotta go out and spend some cash and let the good times roll.
Louis Jordan was a charismatic young sax player from Arkansas, whose band, the Timpani Five, took over the black radio of the 1940s. He would be one of Ray Charles's greatest influences.
Let the good times roll, I like that. I was a real fan of Louis Jordan, that's all I can tell you.
But I love to see her smile, 'cause she's my honey child.
Everything blended, everything matched. I can really understand what people mean when they talk about a painting, how all the colors just all sort of come together like they're supposed to, you know. But the same thing is true in sound, too. And I was crazy about his music.
More than just a virtuoso musician, Louis Jordan was an out-and-out entertainer.
But Louis, honey, I don't ever want to look at anyone but you.
California? What makes your big head so hard?
Louis Jordan could do everything. He could play, he wrote the music, he danced, he made movies, he did the score. He did everything. He had a lot of songs for California. They would start off with the bass playing, doom, 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 and you go down about 4 times, and the horns come in, da 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 da, da 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 da, man.
In 1945, Louis Jordan released Caledonia. It would be one of his biggest hits and led the way for an entire generation of musicians. This was a brand new kind of music.
Walking with my baby, she got great big feet. She's long, lean, and lank, and ain't had nothing to eat. But she's my baby, and I love her just the same. Crazy about that woman, 'cause Caledonia is her name. Caledonia! Caledonia! What make your big head so hard? Mouth!
Some of the real good stuff that Louis Jordan did was when it was just, he had himself playing alto and a guy playing trumpet in a rhythm section. And man, I mean, they were just unique.
This wasn't jazz, and it wasn't blues. It was a powerful combination and something entirely fresh. It would later become known as rhythm and blues.
The rhythm section and the beat and the pulse that they create is the most important thing that changed it all around.
Well, it's a sweet gal he's singing about. Louis does up the package in a bright red bow, especially when it's all for the love of Liv.
He had kind of what you would call before him a jump band. Jump meant that you kind of like,
swing like crazy. With people who like to dance, lyrics do not inspire them to dance. It's the rhythm inspires them to dance. And all those songs had ants in their pants, and you need to dance.
His music says, hey everybody, let's have fun. What's happening? Come on, dance with me, talk to me. I'm gonna seduce you, I'm gonna flirt with you, I'm going to fool around with you, I'm gonna shake my butt at you.
See, the most important thing is to be able to get where you want to be and stay there and intensify the heat. See, in music, losing the groove is like a guy having sex with a woman and his Johnson keeps falling out. You know, when a band gets to their thing, see, if they slip out, it's actually that bad. You know, yeah, they can go back in, but it's not the same thing.
Louis Jordan left the mournful sound of the blues for dead. This was feel-good music, dance tunes for Black America.
And that black man or black woman can come and work all the week and get paid off 12 o'clock on Saturday and have more fun in one day than the boss did in a year.
Growing up in the 1940s, Ray Charles was exposed to a wide range of musical influences, from Louis Jordan to Nat King Cole. And by the age of 15, he was able to play piano in the style of all the big stars of the day.
Oh, he was a great pianist when he left. Ray could play any song anybody else wanted to play. He had started to develop a taste for all kinds of music. Anything Ray Charles set his mind to do, he would do it. Hell, if anybody could come back alive, it's Ray Charles.
In 1945, Ray Charles left the security of the Deaf and Blind School behind and decided to try and make a living as a professional musician.
Went to see my sweetheart last night around about 10. She said, hold.
Hitting the road, by the age of 16, he was already a working pianist on the black dance circuit.
He would have been learning how to work the crowd, how to set tempos, how to build a climax, how to get them screaming, then how to calm them down after you got them screaming. All showbiz, not tricks exactly, but the tools of the trade of being a performing musician.
And where's the piano? Oh. That's a good deal. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, hey!
Out on the road, Ray worked with a number of more established acts and landed a job playing piano for rising star Ruth Brown.
It was so funny because when I got there rehearsal that day, I said to my road manager, I said, how's he gonna play my music and he's blind? You know? And that was the stupidest thing I ever said in my life, because he taught me how to feel my music. He taught me how to feel what I didn't see.
I'm gonna ride till I just can't ride no
Artists like Ruth Brown and Ray Charles traveled the length and breadth of the country, supplying the demands of a rapidly growing black audience. The 1940s was a vibrant period in black music. Ever since Louis Jordan had burst onto the scene, Black America had developed a taste for upbeat urban rhythms. But on every level, American life was racially segregated, and the record industry was no different. Until 1947, black music was known as race music. Jerry Wexler, a reporter at Billboard magazine, was asked to find a more politically acceptable term.
There was some feeling that this was beginning to be resented, this race record business. And it was decided by the music staff to change the category race music. And we used to put the book to bed on a Friday night and come back to work on a Tuesday. And so Paul Ackerman, the editor, said, when you all come in on Tuesday, let's have some ideas of what we should change this to. So everybody chipped in with a notion, and I said, what about rhythm and blues? They said, oh, we like it. So it was no big deal at the time.
This new branding gave urban black music a new identity, and rhythm and blues was born. a pair of music-loving entrepreneurs, Ahmet and Nesuri Ertegun, spotted the gap in the market and decided to form a record company that would come to define the new sound of rhythm and blues. They called it Atlantic Records.
Atlantic Records is a very fascinating phenomenon because Atlantic Records is about two Turkish guys who were about as far removed from blues as you could be. You know, the Ertegun brothers, who were, you know, the sons of diplomats and all that. And I mean, you know, Ahmet Ertegun today is one of the sharpest men in New York City, bar none.
We had a good feel for where the music was going. Our target audience in the beginning was the black audience, which understands the music that they like, and their tastes change, and once they change, they don't go back.
Atlantic's future was secured when in 1948 they signed the woman that Ray Charles supported on the road, Ruth Brown.
Because I'm going to call a little lady out here who they call Little Miss Rhythm and find out why they call her Little Miss Rhythm. Hey, Ruthie Brown. Hey, Ann.
Hi, Will.
How you feel?
Just wonderful.
I want to ask you a question.
Why, sure.
All over the country, you hear people saying, Ruthie Brown, Little Miss Rhythm. Why do they call you Miss Rhythm?
That's right. Well, I really don't know.
Huh?
I've never really thought about it.
Well, think about it now.
No, but I guess it's just because maybe I always feel that rhythm.
You got that feeling now?
Right this minute.
The power of Ruth Brown's style was that it negotiated both rhythm and blues and jazz. Her command of the beat, her phrasing, she was able to make all of them one thing.
Mama, he treats your daughter mean. Mama, he treats your daughter mean. Mama, he treats your daughter mean. Meanest man I've ever seen. Mama, he treats me bad.
You can actually hear the rhythm in her voice. Mama, this man is lazy, almost drives me crazy.
Mama, he can't be trusted, makes me so disgusted. All of my friends say they don't understand what's the matter with his man.
I liked her saying, Mama, treat your daughter mean, you know. And she was good looking, and she had all this hair, and she used to wear her hair down with these big kiss curls on the side, you know. And she looked like a Carmen Miranda or somebody. And she did a Carmen Miranda kind of a chooky dance, you know. And I said, I want to sing like her. I want to look like her, and I want to be like her.
Ruth Brown's distinctive voice helped make her one of the biggest rhythm and blues stars of the era, and Atlantic Records became known as the house that Ruth built.
Rhythm and blues. Really blue, really brave, really black. Take your time. What are you like? One of these you can use it. But R&B stands for Ruth Brown.
Meanest man
The rhythm and blues artists of the early 50s played to black audiences in an informal network of venues stretching across America called the Chitlin Circuit.
I had to perform in warehouses and barns. And stages a lot of times were trucks, the back of trucks. And they put bricks under the wheels so the truck didn't move. But that was the stage.
We came up playing a lot of shotgun joints where it's on one door in and one door out. I mean, that's it, you know, and so it's a circuit. We used to call it the Chitlin Circuit. You play a lot of places like that and horn your music, have a chance to horn what you're doing and get the feel of the people that really can relate to this kind of music that you're playing.
Give me 15 hours while that shining moon's above.
By the early 1950s, rhythm and blues had come to play an important role in black life. This was good time music created by black musicians for a black audience, and it was delivered with a distinctly adult flavor.
Ruth's songs were really sexy. I mean, not low down, dirty sexy, but they were always sexy. And she believed in that.
In those days, it was kind of dirty. Some of the radios wouldn't play certain things, you know.
Give me 15 hours, and I'll prove my love to you.
Music ain't never supposed to be filthy. Music is supposed to be beautiful and pretty and nice, and everybody can relate to it. They would say sexy things in there, but it had two meanings. It was up to you to make up in your mind what the guy was talking about. You know, a guy would sing a song, let me play with your poodle. Let me play with your poodle, your little poodle dog. But you know he was not talking about a poodle.
Another veteran of the Chitlin circuit would break through with a song that left little to the imagination.
Hey, Big Joe Turner, come on in.
Once a singing bartender in Kansas City, Big Joe Turner never quite left the world of the barroom behind. In Shake, Rattle and Roll, his biggest hit, lyrics referring to sex were only thinly disguised.
Joe Turner was singing songs with lines like, when you wear those dresses and the sun comes shining through, I can't believe my eyes, all that mess belongs to you. Joe had a beautiful baritone rolling out like an opera singer. It was coming from his belly.
Big Joe Turner, what a voice. He would hit that top note and he would run 30 minutes. So long there was a tune there and they were swinging. Let it roll, let it roll, let it roll all night long.
Shake, Rattle, and Roll is just one of the great songs of all time. Big Joe Turner really brings home the relationship between jazz and blues and the new sound of R&B.
As I passed by a real fine hotel, a chick walked out. She sure looked swell. I gave the eye and started to carry on. When a Cadillac cruised up and swished, she was gone.
More and more rhythm and blues artists were being snapped up by the record companies. One of them was Ray Charles. It Should Have Been Me, with its laid-back vocal style and sexual swagger, was the fruit of his apprenticeship on the road working with singers like Ruth Brown and Joe Turner.
A little later on.
Ray loved Joe Turner, and Ray loved Ruth Brown. These are the people he was riding in cars with. These are the people he was sharing rooming houses with. You know, their record would come out and would do better than his, because a lot of his first records died, didn't do well at all. Ruth Brown was constantly beating Ray Charles all the time. So, well, now, what could he do to his records to beat Ruth Brown? It was a very competitive world in the best possible way.
But Atlantic knew what they were doing when they signed Ray Charles.
A booking agent who booked rhythm and blues artists said, "Oh my gosh," said, "you rave about this Ray Charles." Says, we can't book him as a headliner because his records don't sell enough. So we bought his contract. I would have paid anything to get him.
It should have been me.
Ray Charles may have got a deal with Atlantic Records, But a career in music still meant endless touring and one-night stands all across America. There were compensations, though. Rhythm and blues was feel-good music in which both performer and audience would forget their inhibitions and lose themselves in the rhythm.
They're making money, going from town to town. They were stars, and that sexual shenanigans were pretty intense. My impression is they all had a very good time.
The musicians who provided the beat were becoming sex symbols, and Ray Charles was no exception.
All artists, when they would travel across country, they would have women shouting and screaming for them. And it was a popular, fashionable thing. It was something that was happening, and he had his share.
He was the sexiest blind man that you would ever want to see.
Despite his blindness, Ray had a foolproof method of selecting the most attractive women.
He used to always grab them, like you introduce him to them, he would grab them by their hand, and he would go up their hand to their wrist, right up above their wrist, and he would feel their wrist. I don't know what he was feeling for in there. He didn't have to do that to me because I was fat. I was looking, I said, I wonder what it was he was feeling. But he would go like that. I took a girl over there, was a beautician, and she was really fine. And he said, hey, baby, how you doing? Hey, what's your name? You know, and I said, there you go again with that arm.
Baby, if you don't want me, why don't you let me go?
Although rhythm and blues was primarily aimed at the black audience, young white music lovers were beginning to discover the new sound too. As word spread through white America of the excitement of the rhythm and blues circuit, the authorities found segregation more difficult to enforce.
They didn't know what to do with the music. But the whites knew that they liked it. They thought it caused commotion between blacks and whites because, see, the heart of that music, see, it doesn't have color. It doesn't have any racial barrier.
Some states took a different view and employed every possible measure to keep the races apart.
They had a rope between the races, a rope, something like a clothesline. And there would be a card that said colored, white on each side. And as long as that rope was okay, you could dance. And sometimes the whites would just move the rope and come on over. You know, they would come in where the fun was. And the police would come out and stop the dance and say, oh no, this is out, we'll not do this. You cannot dance together. You know, a couple of times I went to jail behind that because I wouldn't stop singing.
It's hard to imagine how tough it must have been. In many a small southern town, they must have seemed like visitors from another planet. So we have a lot to thank for them for their courage.
When the dance was over, sometimes it was so scary. We wanted to get out of town as soon as we could, you know, because you never know. There were still crosses burning in the middle of the night when we were moving. You could still see all these things. So there was a price paid for this music.
Well, one time, Ray was riding with Fathead, I think, from Dallas down to Houston. They got stopped.
Ray had a brand new Oldsmobile. This was about 52. He had a 52 Oldsmobile, and I don't think they liked the fact that he was driving around in this brand new car. That's the only reason that I could think of. It was the usual thing, you know, like boy this, boy that, and if you spoke intelligently, you would be considered arrogant or belligerent or whatever.
Maybe just as a joke, just as a mean joke, they took Fathead in and they left Ray, blind as he was, out on the highway.
This was more than just another humiliation. It dawned on Ray Charles that unless he took control of his life and career, he'd never be the master of his own destiny.
It occurred to me that everybody was saying, hey, kid, hey, kid. That's something. Don't nobody even know my name.
Hey, y'all, tell everybody, Ray Charles in town.
For the first time, Ray had a clear vision of where he wanted to be and a clear idea of how he would get there. Determined to find his own voice, Ray Charles left the Chitlin circuit behind and decided it was time to set up his own band.
I said, well, I can't keep going on this way with people saying, hey, kid. So I got to be myself. I just have to start saying, so if I'm going to make it, I'm going to make it. But if I fail, at least I'll know where I am in life. I'll know whether what I'm doing is any good or not.
Ray still had a great deal to learn before he could move his career onto the next level. Although he'd enjoyed some success in the world of rhythm and blues, the real rewards lay in breaking through to the pop market, something few black artists could achieve. But one of the pioneers of black R&B had managed to cross over to the mainstream. His name was Fats Domino.
Blue Monday, how I hate Blue Monday. Got to work like a slave all day.
Fats was unique, and it was obvious, and everybody appreciated that. He had this fantastic, good feeling about his stuff.
His appeal was in that incredibly infectious dancing beat. And then he was the fat man. He was a jolly fat man. So that there's always a place in show business for the jolly fat man.
Crooners are such a threat to guys. All the ladies are swooning over them, and all the guys are angry. Fats pleased everyone in the house, mother, grandmother, son, whoever, and he wasn't a threat to anyone.
Because of his relaxed style and his non-threatening attitude, Fats Domino is often remembered as a lovable entertainer. But beneath the surface was a gifted musician, an innovator who brought the rolling piano sound of New Orleans to the mainstream.
His slower tunes had a certain air that you can count on.
The sound of Fats Domino became so popular that he simply couldn't supply the demand alone. So while he was on tour, Allen Toussaint was asked to stand in for Fats on his records.
I didn't dare venture out to try and show any other little trills. I stayed what I knew Fats to have given out to us. And I must say it went very well because folk didn't know it was me. His music sounds very easy to imitate. But when he sits down to play, then you say, oh, that's the way it really goes.
The Fat Man, 1949. That's Fat's first recording. Detroit City was on the other side.
I was standing on the corner.
Conda. That's people used to laugh at me. I was standing on the conda.
watching North Rio Gal.
I never saw him do that again on any other record. Did you ever hear him on any other record do that? That was his way of yodeling. I thought it was great. Fields, we called him Dude, Frank Fields, the bass player. It kind of stunned him to the extent that he turned around and listened what it was and went right on to the next chord but playing the wrong note. The chord changed and he didn't because he was looking at it, listening at Fats. I remember Cosmo saying, what in the hell is he doing screaming on the middle of the record?
Fats Domino was among the first of the R&B stars to cross over to the mainstream pop audience. And by the mid-50s, rhythm and blues was being played on commercial white radio stations across America. Advertisers didn't care what color the musicians were if their music helped sell products.
And now let me tell you about McTavish's Skinless Weenies. Mmm. So long, so pink, so flavor-rich, with lots of tasty goodness. Mmm.
Ready, set, go, man, go. I got a gal that I love so I'm ready.
In 1956, Little Richard, another pianist from the Deep South, burst onto America's silver screens, and white American parents were horrified.
Pick up my sweetie pie, she's my rock and roll baby, she's the apple of my eye. Ready, ready, set, I'm ready. Ready, ready, set, I'm ready. Ready, ready, set, I'm ready, ready, ready to rock and roll on.
He was moving, and it was about he has arrived. Every molecule in the place should know that Richard has arrived. He made sure of that.
I mean, my mom didn't like it because that was just too sexy. We don't talk about tutti frutti at the dinner table. It was too uninhibited. It was too loose. It was too sweaty.
As rhythm and blues crossed racial and class boundaries, what had been an exclusively black sound was now becoming part of the white way of life. This transformation was largely down to an enterprising white DJ named Alan Freed, who took rhythm and blues and rebranded it for the white audience. He called it rock and roll.
I'm guilty of being present at the birth of rock and roll, a music which is the honest, spontaneous expression of today's youth.
I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna shut up about it, okay? I promise I will never say it again. Rock and roll is the white version of rhythm and blues, okay? No, I mean, this is not no prejudice thing, so don't go there, all right? I'm just telling you the real truth. Rock and roll is the offshoot of black rhythm and blues.
Like Little Richard says, the music was called R&B, and it had a baby called rock and roll.
Teenagers across America were being seduced by the wild and uninhibited sound of rock and roll. For some, this was evidence that black culture was starting to threaten the fabric of white society.
So when rock and roll hit, when you had Alan Freed out there talking about like putting black records on white radio, that was a little much for the genteel folks.
The obscenity and vulgarity of the rock and roll music is obviously a means by which the white man and his children can be driven to the level with the Negro.
Rock and roll has got to go, and go it does. That's the best way I know to get rid of it.
Sweet, sweet, sweet.
Safe, sanitized versions of rhythm and blues classics were produced by white artists like Georgia Gibbs for the white audience.
I had a song called 3 Letters that was covered by Georgia Gibbs. And I was invited to come on Alan Freed's show on the radio. And she was there too, do you know? But they made her sing my song. I had to sing something else. That's where that was.
I just didn't want her singing my song, Roll With Me, Henry. 15 years old, they thought, your song is too suggestive. I said, too suggestive? Oh, because I was saying, Roll With Me, Henry. That's why Georgia Gibbs, they took the record and gave it to Georgia Gibbs, because Georgia Gibbs said, dance with me, Henry.
Get out in that kitchen and rattle those pots and pans.
One after another, R&B hits were cleaned up and turned into rock and roll, with artists like Bill Haley attaining the fame and fortune that had always eluded Big Joe Turner.
There is a big difference, if you really listen to the music, between the two styles. One is more pure, one is more dirty. The blues, the rhythm and blues has got more toe jam in it. You understand what I mean? Rock and roll is a little more pure and clean. You with that? Yeah. All right.
As rock and roll swept white America, the black artists who had brought it to the mainstream would gradually be squeezed out of the popular charts. Still struggling to break through, Ray Charles developed a habit for a drug that made the pressures of the music business fade into the background: heroin.
We never discussed this drug problem. There were some things you didn't talk to Ray about. I knew about it, but we never discussed his drug problem.
There were times when he did some nasty things to get it. He would send the girls to go get the drugs for him and things like that. And it would be all squabbles in the band because, of course, he couldn't see and someone would have to inject him. Well, and so if someone was stealing a little piece for themselves, it created tension and problems in the band, and people would get fired and come back.
It was only a matter of time before Ray Charles would get busted for his drug addiction, and the authorities chose to make an example of him.
The cops invited the press in when he was first being interrogated, and it must have been a very vulnerable moment. He was crying, and that was one of the few times that ever Ray Charles sort of broke down in public.
But all he would say then is, nobody put me on drugs. I put myself on them, and I took myself off of them.
Fighting his addiction, and at the lowest point of his life, Ray Charles committed himself to turning his back on the past. Ray was not alone in trying to make a new start. From coast to coast, black Americans were beginning to question their place in society and to define a new black identity. The church played a central role in the burgeoning civil rights movement, and preachers, including the young Dr. Martin Luther King, encouraged black people to take pride in their race and their history, to be vocal and to rejoice in the good news of the gospel. It was from the church that Ray Charles would find new inspiration.
Just to see you, now ain't that love, ain't that love, ain't that love.
And I went back to what my mom always tried to preach to me: son, whatever you do in this life, be yourself. I just started taking my music and singing it the way I felt it. And of course, it had so much gospel sound to it. But that was the way I felt. You know, that was part of my growing up. I was raised in the church, and of course, religious music is just basically simple music.
You see, he loved gospel singing. And every chance he would get, whenever he would be around some of the gospel groups, the singing groups, he would go up and join these guys in hotels and different places, and he would be singing, go with them and be singing, because I think that was probably one of his first loves.
Dating as far back as the days of slavery, the church was the one place that black Americans were free.
That's where the heart of the black men and women is and was. Because there was really no other place that we had for real expression at that time. That's the music that gave all of our great artists, regardless to if they're singing jazz, I don't care what they're singing. If you go back into their backgrounds, their uncle was a preacher, their father was a minister, their mother was a missionary, and all they really know is they read the Bible, they prayed, and they sang these hymns, and they got across.
Ray Charles was starting to find a new voice, and it came not from Saturday night, but Sunday morning.
Here he was, this cautious, trained musician who loved all the big, smooth singers, but then hearing these gospel screamers who would just go, ah, Jesus, you know. He was thinking, this is raw, uninhibited self-expression. This isn't the careful jazz, knowing your chords. This is just bellowing.
Baby, when you walk, I wanna walk with you. When you talk, I wanna talk some too. Now ain't that love? Oh, ain't that love that I feel in my heart for you? See a little licks like that? That is very much gospel. And Ray Charles had things like that all over the place. Gospel, Ray Charles. Couldn't separate the two.
Somewhere within the pleading, emotional strains of gospel, Ray Charles had found the formula that would transform rhythm and blues and create soul. It was with his recording of I Got a Woman that he first unleashed soul on an unsuspecting American public.
Sometimes you know that I get a little worried now. Oh, but I don't care because it's all right. I say it's all right. That's because I got a woman way over town. Good to me. Yes, I have. I got a woman.
It was the breakthrough that he'd been looking for. But not all of Black America was overjoyed.
My mother and I were in the kitchen, and she said, "Will you listen to that man? He has taken the gospel and turned it into a blues." She was very upset about it. And then when she found out he was blind, she became even more upset because she thought it was very close to being sacrilegious that a blind man would have the audacity to take what had been a gospel song and turn it into a blues.
Lots and lots of people felt that way. I mean, a lot of people wrote me a lot of letters and stuff. But, you know, you just tell yourself, hey, you do what you do, you know. I knew all I was doing was being myself. And so if I made something, you see, one thing, and I hate to keep referring back to my mom, but she was such a great woman and teaching me things to look out for in life, you know. And she always told me another thing, too, is about besides being yourself. But remember one thing, everybody is not going to like you.
I fuss with my woman, toy with my kids.
Despite his critics, in soul music, Ray Charles had created a sound that would speak for his generation. The search for a music that expressed the reality of Black American life had led from the sacred music of the church to the urban beat of the dance hall and back again.
Nothing to do but just roll around heaven all day.
In the 50s, the explosion of rhythm and blues seemed to represent the hopes and dreams of Black America for a better future.
Don't you see I'm pining?
But the 50s was also a decade of broken promises. The fight for basic civil rights was still having to be fought against a background of continuing racial inequality.
Don't you send down that cloud with this silver lining?
In soul, a music had emerged that spoke more deeply to the true nature of the Black experience.
The ability of Black people to express themselves, their true selves, with all their warts, with all their Saturday night ecstasy and all their Sunday morning spirituality and down-home facts about what life is like and what love is like and what heartbreak is like, came through more and more.
Ray Charles.
And Ralph Bass recorded James's song, Please, Please, Please. And he took it back to Sid Nathan at King Records. And Sid Nathan hated it. Said, what is this? The guy's just saying, please, 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 100,000 times. No one's gonna buy this piece of crap. Ralph said, you just put it out and see what happens.
He was the consummate showman. Yes, he was. When he goes down to his knees and the audience starts screaming, Bobby Bird comes out and puts the cape on him and they start fanning him, which is a gospel thing, total gospel thing. If you ever go to one of those Pentecostal churches and the singer starts coming overcome with the Spirit and breaks down and everybody starts fanning, that's all right, darling, it's all right. But he also had a sense of how he wanted the music to sound, which I think gave him ultimate power.
The power of soul was plain for all to see.
I want to divide it, record people, show them where the new gold mine was at. The gold mine's in that syncopation, you know? And if you're really into it, the spirit comes out.
As the new sound began to catch on, Ray Charles brought another influence from the church into soul music, the female choir. He called them the Raylettes.
Unchain my heart, baby, let me be. Unchain my heart, cause you don't care about me.
They were the Cookies, who were a group actually founded and sort of being brought along by Atlantic Records. But he hired them, renamed them after several months. So then he had the perfect gospel call and response.
I like that sound of a male voice with girls in the background. I just like the way that sounded, and it seemed to fit what I wanted to do.
Every time I call you on the phone, something will tell me that you're not at home, so unchain my heart now.
Once we started playing the theater circuit, that was the beginning of the Raylette period, background singers. And it did add another dimension to what he was doing.
After years of searching, Ray knew exactly how he wanted his music to sound.
And he used to say to me, you depend too much on your eyes. Because I'd say to him, I can't hear that note. I can't hear it. And he'd say, shut your eyes and listen.
In 1959, Ray Charles reached the end of his recording contract at Atlantic Records, but he left them with a song that captured the essence of soul.
We used to play a lot of dances, and the dance would go from 9 o'clock until 1 o'clock at night, and I couldn't think of nothing else to play. So I just told the guys in the band, I said, you know, you guys just follow me, and I said the same thing to the girls. I said, whatever I said, you said.
Just looked up one day and I heard him sing Baby What I Say, and he had this thing going on, this rhythm pattern going on. I'm not really sure from whence it came.
And if you listen to what I say, if you look at the verses, you can tell there is nothing that is cohesive. It's just verses that I made up and put there.
See the girl with the red dress on, she can do the birdland all night long. Yeah.
See the girl with the red dress on, she can do the birdland all night long. I'd ask him, hey Ray, how you know the dress was red? He said she had it on, didn't he? I said, yeah, but how do you know the dress was red? He said, I saw it. I left it right there. If he says he saw it, he saw it.
That's what I'm talking about. Rolling, baby.
What I Say became a smash hit across America. With this song, Ray Charles managed to fuse the dance rhythms of Louis Jordan, the driving beat of R&B, and the pleading style of the gospel preacher.
He went for the completely uninhibited gospel sound, but made it sexual. The Raelettes became, in effect, like the gospel choir behind the preacher.
Tell me what I said now. Tell me what I said.
And that thing, when the ooh, ooh, you know, he'd go ooh, and the girls would go ooh.
Yeah, the ooh, ah, ooh, ah.
That was wild. I mean, I was 17, and for something that sexy, it was terrific. It was terrific. People loved it, and the way it built, and then the way they pretended to stop in the middle. This was wild.
He was the genius. He turned the world on to that soul music is here. It's not coming, it's here. And he was opening the door for it.
What did I say? Not only confirmed the place of Ray Charles in the Premier League of black musicians, it signified the arrival of soul to the world. From now on, its appeal would no longer be confined to a black audience. While conservative white America had managed to keep a lid on rhythm and blues, soul music was here to stay. Ray Charles would go on to explore a myriad of musical forms, including country music, jazz, and blues. But his most enduring legacy would be that he had presided over a pivotal moment in music history, the birth of soul.
Next week, soul star Sam Cooke takes black music out of the church and into the charts. That's at 8:25 here on BBC Two. And right now on BBC Four, the legendary rocker Chuck Berry in concert. A classic from 1972 featuring all his biggest rock and roll hits.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ray Charles.
Get down on your knees if you have to get dirty. Get out.
Hit me, bam! The rhythm was there.
Darling, you send me.
On December the 11th, 1964, Sam Cooke, one of America's biggest pop idols, checked into a cheap Los Angeles motel in a rundown part of town.
Honest you do.
He never checked out.
Thrill me. I know you thrill me.
In his brief life, Sam Cooke managed to change popular music forever and set the standard for every singer who dared to follow him.
At first I thought it was infatuation, but ooh, it's lasted so long.
One of gospel music's greatest stars, Sam Cooke pioneered the transformation of black church music into mainstream pop.
And take you home.
You couldn't have the popular music that we have today without that crossover from the church to pop music. I mean, one of the foundations of pop music as we know it is gospel music.
America was shocked when this child of the church was brutally killed after an argument at the motel. But by the time of his death, he had inspired a generation of singers to turn the church music they had grown up with into the soundtrack of modern America.
Stand by me, and it makes it easy.
Sam opened the door for more singers than you'd ever dream of, because it was an approach to music that we didn't ever think the public would accept from blacks anyhow. He influenced most of us.
This is the story of how gospel became pop and why it took a natural rule breaker like Sam Cooke to make it all happen.
I know, and I'm... Well, you know you make me wanna kick my heels up and down.
On February 25th, 1964, Cassius Clay defeated Sonny Liston in one of the most historic boxing matches of all time. And at the moment of his triumph, there was one man Cassius Clay wanted to be seen standing next to.
Sam Cooke, hey, let that man up here. He'll be up. No, wait, hold it now. Let that man up. He's coming up. Let that man up. He's coming up. Now listen, Cassius, hold it. This is Sam Cooke. Joe, we see him.
That Clay should wish to share his glory with Sam Cooke was no surprise. The singer was an iconic figure for a new generation of African Americans.
Sam Cooke was a guy who didn't take any crap from people and was someone who really seemed like he wanted to control his own destiny as an artist. That became a really big issue starting in the 1960s about black people controlling their own art. And Sam Cooke was one of these people, one of the first people who really began to show the kind of intelligence and guts to do that.
Well, here with me, I have one of the greatest singers here in America, and I would say all over the world, Mr. Sam Cooke. I want you to meet him. Come here, Sam. I got the British press here. Mr. Sam Cooke, as you can see, like me, he's awful pretty.
When Sam Cooke saw Muhammad Ali, he was seeing himself just in a different light, you know. This guy is an original. So when they hooked up, it was just like two twins talking to each other, you know.
Hey, the gang's all here. We're gonna swing as one. Do it again now. Hey, the gang's all here. Join in the fun.
Cassius Clay looks just kind of like, I'm sitting next to Sam Cooke. How can this be? You know, and this is the hero to millions, but he was like a little girl about the whole thing.
We're gonna swing as one. How you like that?
Sam Cooke had a lifestyle that was beyond the dreams of most black Americans. He was a major star, a successful businessman, and lived in a house in the Hollywood Hills. It was everything he had dreamed of as a small boy growing up in Chicago's South Side.
I was 7 years old, Sam was 9. And we talking one day, and he had 12 sticks, and he would stick these sticks in the ground. So one day he was sticking these sticks. I said, man, why you always sticking them sticks in the ground like that? He said, LC, he said, I'm preparing myself. He said, these sticks, I'm pretending this is my audience. He said, like they people. He said, I'm singing to these sticks. So when I get to an audience, I won't be scared to sing. He said, because I'm never gonna work in life. So I said, what you mean you're never gonna work? He said, I'm gonna be a singer. He said, I'm gonna have money in my pocket every day.
My baby's coming home tomorrow. Ain't that good news? Man, ain't that news? I'm gonna have her a party at the station.
I would watch Sam put on this short little jacket with black pants, little white shirt, sit on a stool, knock him out. Have not made one step yet. Walk off stage, people still screaming. I said, whoa, where they find this guy? And every time he would do that, I said, that's magic.
My telephone, ain't that good news? Man, ain't that news? Ain't that news?
would always say, man, when you go on stage, that's the greatest feeling that you could get. You can't pay for it. He said that whole audience came to hear your sermon.
Ain't that good news? Ain't that news?
By the time Sam Cooke appeared on the Dick Clark Show in 1964, he was 6 years into a successful pop career. But the smooth performer had a hidden history that many of his fans were unaware of.
What did you send me?
Send me, Dick, that was in 57.
Previous to 1957, how many records had you made?
I'd made about, I'd made any popular tunes.
You hadn't made any popular songs, but you had been working in another field, had you not?
That's right, I was doing spirituals at the time.
When Sam admitted that he sang spirituals, his white audience might have pictured a world of kindly preachers and old country churches, as depicted in Hollywood films and in books such as Uncle Tom's Cabin. In fact, the world of gospel that Sam Cooke grew up in was anything but sedate. As the son of a Chicago preacher, Sam spent his Sundays in storefront churches whose congregations would sing until the building shook. It was from this hotbed of urban spirituality that gospel's golden age would spring. By the mid-40s, gospel had become an underground form of show business, existing entirely within the black community. It had its own network of venues and its own stars. At the top of the bill were the quartets. Until well into the 1960s, harmony groups were gospel music's superstars. Gospel quartets, like the Dixie Hummingbirds, were masters at building tension and bringing a crowd to a climax. Their showmanship, along with the techniques they pioneered, were later borrowed wholesale by groups like the Temptations and the Jackson 5.
You had three parts, essentially. You had the two lead singers often playing off each other. And then behind them would be the backup singers who would take the offbeats, repeat a lyric, repeat a passage. So you started having multiple rhythmic and harmonic elements going on in there, which were ecstasy-making. They were incredibly exciting and could drive a congregation just out of the pews and onto the floor.
The sharp-suited gospel quartets were idolized by black children in the inner city, who saw in their heroes a form of success and sophistication that they could aspire to. Sam Cooke was no exception, and as a teenager, he joined a group called the Highway QCs, and they started singing in churches around Chicago's South Side.
Sam Cooke had a group, and my brother had a group, just young guys. And there would be about 3 groups. They'd all go to this Baptist church. The preacher would let us come in after 11 o'clock service. And Sam's group would sing, Purvis' group would sing, and their audience were just a bunch of little children like us, sitting in the audience eating potato chips. and they were just singing. They were getting a good practice, really. That's what it was, you know.
Sam's particular hero was legendary gospel singer R.H. Harris, one of gospel music's most innovative vocalists.
I remember the day, I remember it well. Yes, yes, save my soul from burning hell.
Harrison had a kind of dignified but extremely intense style. He did what was called yodeling, which was really a leap to the falsetto, and it was a very distinctive thing. And all these kids like Sam Cooke growing up on the South Side in Chicago, he was an enormously influential figure.
I heard about him, I never knew such message coming down from from up above. Lord, this old world of sin, I know how long I stand. I asked my mother, how can I know the man? She said, you must be, don't you see, oh Lord, you gotta be born again.
For more than a decade, Harris had been lead singer with Chicago's premier gospel quartet, the Soul Stirrers. But in 1950, he shocked his fans when, at the height of their fame, he left the group.
Harry Harris gave a great quote which indicated that he had gotten out of, he quit the Soul Stirrers because the morals had just fallen right out of the business. Now, at the same time, many in the business felt that the reason that he left the Soul Stirrers was because there were a number of court orders and paternity suits out against him. I mean, it's noteworthy that almost as soon as he quit, he formed another group made up of former Soul Stirrers and started touring again.
The remaining Soul Stirrers were left without their star singer, but there was a backup plan, and it involved Sam Cooke's group, the Highway QCs.
One of the Soul Stirrers used to rehearse the QCs. The baritone singer, R.B. Robinson. He used to rehearse the QCs whenever the Soul Stirrers was in town. But see, all the time, he was grooming Sam for the Soul Stirrers, but then nobody noticed until years later.
Sam Cooke joined the Soul Stirrers, determined to make his mark. For his first recording session with them, he brought songs he'd road-tested with his old group.
Oh, Jesus gave me water. Jesus gave me water. Jesus.
The highlight of the session was the song, Jesus Gave Me Water. Other groups had released versions of this old gospel standard, but Sam's distinctive vocals gave the song a new dimension.
And it was not where there was a woman from Samaria, came to the well to get some water. There she met a stranger who did a story tell that a woman dropped a pitcher, she drank and was made richer.
You can hear Sam's voice break, you can hear him falter in one or two places, and yet his ability to communicate in a way that was natural, that was easy, that brought the listener in, that was confidential in a sense, in a way that made each listener feel as if he's singing directly to me. This is something you can't ever teach anybody.
And that's what he did. And his first hit, Jesus Gave Me Water, was the biggest seller the Soul Stirrers had up to that date. And the rest is history. After that, Sam was gone.
Well, on that woman he had pity. She ran back to the city, crying glory, hallelujah, and did his wonders tell. She left my Savior singing. She came back to him bringing.
Joining a group like the Soul Stirrers meant a life of touring, following a circuit known as the Gospel Highway. Although it has now faded into memory, in the 1950s, the Gospel Highway was as exciting a place to be as any in America, and was trodden by quartet groups, numerous gospel divas, and traveling preachers.
Less than water, and it was not. And well, Lord, that woman left for shower.
We were traveling along the Gospel Highway, stopping in little cities and little towns, and sometimes having church in the field, sometimes having church in the church, or sometimes just having church in a tent, you know, with sawdust and cheers and people bringing fans and food and all kinds of things.
For all its religious trappings, the Gospel Highway was a form of show business, and the artists' touring schedules were carefully mapped out to maximize their possible earnings.
It meant that you wanted to hit North Carolina and the tobacco states right after the tobacco harvest was in, because then your audience had some money in their pockets. And you could turn out a church and there'd be donations and the minister wanted you there. You wanted to get down south in the winter, you know, farther south, Florida and so on, when people would go down there because of the weather and there'd be people down there with money. And that was all part of the Gospel Highway. It was mapped out to the degree where any given year, you could almost tell where a group was going to be, because that month was when there was money in Memphis or wherever it was.
We used to go out on tours down in Mississippi and Alabama, and the program be scheduled for 8 o'clock. People started yelling at 5, because they wanted to get there. On mules in the country down there. They'd be on mule backs. I've seen it. In wagons coming. I've seen that. Because I was there.
The Gospel Highway was where Sam Cooke learned how to work an audience. His good looks and natural charm meant that he became an idol for young performers like Candy Staton, who themselves were just starting out on the road.
What set him apart? He had a smooth voice, he had a smooth deliverance. And in those days, most gospel singers had a gruff voice. They were able to get throaty. They would get, Lord. But Sam was always, there was a woman in the Bible days. He was so smooth with it, and he was like an exception.
Sam was very electrifying on stage. He just had a young approach. I remember him singing this song he called Wonderful. And he'd be singing, he said, wonderful, God is so wonderful. And he'd be combing his hair at the same time, looking in the mirror. And I said, nobody would ever do that, So the old school, the old preachers and deacons and stuff was against it. But he was selling out. The places was jam-packed. It was like you were saying Elvis Presley was coming to perform.
You would think you were in a nightclub because he was good looking. The guy was a hunk. He was pretty. We loved him. Everybody had a crush on Sam Cooke. In the gospel world, they were all in the front of the auditorium screaming with their hands up and trying to touch his feet and trying to touch his clothes. And he had strings of women. When he walked off stage, they'd all run to the back of the stage trying to get his autograph, trying to get a hug, trying to get a kiss, whatever they could get just to be near him.
By the mid-50s, Sam was being joined on the Gospel Highway by other singers, many of whom would go on to make a name for themselves in soul music.
Who shall be able to stand?
The Staple Singers were a family group whose younger members had grown up with Sam back in Chicago. They possessed a unique sound that built on the tradition of old-time harmony singing.
Who shall be able to stand?
It gave us a name that stuck with us for a while, the First Family of Gospel. And that's what when we would go to places, the First Family of Gospel is coming, the Staple Singers, And boy, we were gone.
Who shall be able to stand? Thunder will be rolling on that red day. Well, thunder will be rolling on that red day. Thunder will be rolling on that red day. Who shall be able to stand?
There's a different sound that comes from a group that's family related. You know their sound because they have the intonation and the tonal quality that only comes from people that are related to each other. That makes for a great sound musically when you have people that have very, very similar intonations and pitches. It makes the harmony that much tighter.
When you listen to a Staples record, you hear these voices, but Mavis was, of course, the star of the group. Mavis Staples' deep contralto voice is a wonderful instrument.
Oh, sit down. No, 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 no. Sit down. Oh, please don't made me.
People would actually bet that I wasn't a girl. You know, I had to be a man or a big lady. You know, one man said, I bet my whole check that you wasn't no little girl. Because I was a little skinny girl at that. I was short, you know. so they just did not believe the voice was coming from me.
Yonder come a little David,
Said I,
with his rock and sling.
said
I don't want to meet him.
Said
He's a dangerous man.
said
As Mavis and the Staples family knew only too well, life on the Gospel Highway could be tough. Especially in the South, where racial segregation was still rigidly enforced.
We knew where we couldn't stay, and we knew where we couldn't eat.
Place you could stop and get something to eat, but you'd have to go in the back. Segregation.
Service station attendants were always a problem.
We stopped a lot of places to buy gas. Sometimes they would serve us and sometimes they wouldn't. You know, they'd look and see who you are and they judge you by your color.
But the problems of the Gospel Highway were offset by the fact that the singers were treated as royalty by the black communities they visited.
You knew once you crossed the railroad tracks, you were in the black areas, or you could find where you were going without a problem. People would give you the name of where you could go or where you could stay or whose house you could stay with.
I just got to heaven and I can't sit down, servant.
I think it was an incredibly exciting existence. I don't know anybody who was out there on the Gospel Highway who would not go back to it in a minute. They made good money. They met a lot of people on the road. They enjoyed romantic interludes, which I've never heard any of them regret.
Well, I gave my heart to Jesus. What about you? What about you? Lord, I gave...
If your husband was in a quartet group and they were playing large churches where the congregation was 80% women, and you got 4 guys playing to a largely female population, you know, that could make a wife back home in Chicago very worried.
To Jesus, what about you? What about you? You know how well.
If you sing gospel music, you were a saint, whether you lived it or not. You know, you could drink, booze, you could run women, you can chase, you could do everything you wanted to do, but you were okay as long as you stuck to gospel. It is so crazy now that I look at it. Lifestyle didn't go with the song.
What about it? What about you? Somebody tell me. What about you? I wanna know that you.
While the Gospel Highway had few rules, the one indiscretion that would not be tolerated was the singing of secular music. A performer who applied their gospel training to pop was seen as wasting a talent that should only have been used to praise God.
I feel that anything that you're not actually doing for the Lord is on the other side. That's the way I feel about it.
I wouldn't want to gain the world and lose my soul. I want my soul still to go to heaven.
Not everyone could remain so resolute. By the mid-50s, Sam Cooke had begun admitting to friends that he wasn't satisfied, being forever tied to a touring circuit that led nowhere, except another gig at the end of 1,000 miles of tarmac.
I remember him telling me one afternoon, we got to the auditorium quite early, and we sat there on the steps of the auditorium, and he confided in me that he was getting ready to cross over to secular music, and I was saying to myself, God, he's gonna cross over to secular music. What if he doesn't make it? They're not gonna let him come back in. So I'm like, Sam, you better know what you're doing.
Crossing over was considered an act of betrayal by many in the gospel community. If he didn't want to alienate his gospel fan base, Sam would need to tread very carefully.
Lover bug, my girl, she's lovable.
In January 1957, Sam Cooke's record label released a pop version of a Soul Stirrers hit sung by Dale Cook, an unknown singer whose voice was strangely familiar.
She's so lovable.
Everybody knew that was Sam. It's something about Sam. When you hear one of Sam's songs, you know right away. That's Sam.
There's not another quite as sweet as you. I know I'll always love you. You're so lovable. I know she's a...
Sam tried to deny ever making the record, even telling the Soul Stirrers that Dale was one of his brothers. Nobody was fooled, least of all the gospel audience.
We were on the same program when Sam sang his last gospel program. And, he had made a song that sounded so much like one of his gospel songs. Wonderful, God is so wonderful. And this other song was lovable, my girl is so lovable. And everybody knew it was Sam, He changed his name. He put a different name on that one, And so when Sam got up to sing with the Soul Stirrers in Memphis, all of these little sisters, you sit down, we know that's you. We don't want to hear, we know it's you. And Sam just threw his hands up. He said, that's it.
In May 1957, Sam shocked the gospel world when he quit the Soul Stirrers and left Chicago for the sunshine of California. Among the few things he took with him was a song that would become the first official Sam Cooke release.
This is You Send Me.
Darling, you send me. I know you send me. Darling, you.
Although You Send Me appeared on a small independent label, it was picked up by the influential late-night DJ, Magnificent Montague.
I called Sam Cooke to come on down. We sat there, we swapped poetry, we played that record over and over again. It became not a record, it became an event.
He played You Send Me through the night. I think he played it 60, 70, 80 times or something like that. When you hear something that fresh, it hits you pretty much like a lightning bolt.
Send me. I know you send me. I know you send me. Honest.
Sam took off with that song. But what made the song so different, they had never heard nobody sing like that. Ever. And it was reaching across the board. They had never heard nobody sound like Sam Cooke.
For it to be a major hit, it had to sell to white people. And it did, to white teenagers. There were certainly people who only sold to black people, right? Sam started off selling to both groups, all groups.
You Send Me sold over 1.5 million copies, sending the record to the top of the American pop charts. The simplest of songs, You Send Me was the perfect showcase for the soaring vocal style that Sam Cooke had spent years perfecting on the gospel highway.
To marry you and take you home.
He wasn't the first black guy to sing pop music. I mean, Billy Eckstine sang pop music, and Johnny Mathis was singing pop music. Sammy Davis Jr. sang pop music. But he brought this soulful gospel quality into pop music, but he brought it in a way that was very acceptable and appealing to a crossover audience.
Don't know much about history,
Don't know much biology. Don't know much about a science book. Don't know much about the French I took. But I do know.
Sam Cooke's visible success sent a message to the gospel singers he had left behind. The world of pop music was there for the taking.
His crossing over was remarked upon at great length and with great intensity in the church, and by the very fact that he wasn't struck dead the minute he did it, this encouraged many other singers, you know, from Wilson Pickett or, I mean, many other singers, Solomon Burke, to do the same thing.
When your baby leaves you all alone, and no.
Solomon Burke, possessed of a voice full of raw emotion, was one of soul music's early pioneers.
Don't you feel like a crying? Don't you feel like crying? Well, here I am, honey. Come on.
He had been brought up in the church, and as a child had been known as the Wonder Boy Preacher because of his ability to dazzle a congregation.
I preached my first sermon at the age of 7, and my first orders of pastoring was the age of 12.
By the age of 20, Solomon Burke had signed with New York's Atlantic Records and would spend the early 60s producing hits filled with gospel fervor.
Don't you feel like a cry? Come on, cry to me.
Solomon Burke's a person who said, you know, if I cross over, that's great, but I'm not going to sugarcoat, polish, strip away, do anything to my music. I'm going to present it as is. And if people receive it the way it is, then great. If they don't, then that's fine as well.
I'm so happy to be here tonight. So glad to be in your wonderful city.
His best-known song, Everybody Needs Somebody to Love, was lifted straight out of the repertoire of his old church.
It's what we used to raise the offering with. That's what it was. It's the march for the church.
Listen to me.
Same march that we've used for all those years ever since I was born. And I just took it and put the words in. Everybody needs somebody to love. And I need you, and you, and you.
And I need and I need in the morning, baby.
I remember the pastors and deacons were saying, you, come on down, you. I said, well, we'll put that in there. It works. That gospel feeling is in all of this music. It's that feeling that just says, release this yell now. Release this feeling inside of you that let people know that you feel these words.
When you come out of the world of gospel, you have an inner feeling about words. Gospel give you a connection, and you can actually put your heart into it. And more times than not, you can more or less make it sound like it really belonged to you and only you.
For the ex-gospel choir boy, Benny King, the title of his biggest hit echoed an old hymn, Stand By Me, Father, that had previously been recorded by Sam Cooke's old group.
I was listening to the Soul Stirrers. I'm looking at the lyrics, I'm saying, Stand By Me, and I just said, when the night has come, and the land is dark,
and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me.
Stand By Me was just one of many soul classics that directly referenced the lyrics and titles of traditional gospel songs.
Stand by me.
Now, these tunes don't sound like those gospel tunes,
but they're being directed in part to an audience, a black audience that's familiar with the gospel tunes that are of the same name. So, you know, the music winds up resonating in really rich ways with people.
Stand By Me for me was a love song that went beyond being a love song. I talked to a lot of guys that's going to war, that's come home and would stop me on the street and say, "Oh, yeah, I know who you are, and I know your song. You know, your song got me through Vietnam," and things like that. So, well, okay. You know, so it has a meaning to people that I never thought it would do.
By me, walk there now.
Of all the black artists making advances in soul music at the start of the 60s, Sam Cooke was leading the field. Producing a music that mainstream America could easily understand.
They like to cha-cha-cha, they like to cha-cha-cha, they like to cha-cha-cha. Ooh, everybody likes to cha-cha-cha. Took my baby to the hop last night, and what to my surprise, when we got there, she hit me with the news.
In 1960, Sam Cooke's broad appeal had landed him a lucrative recording contract with the major label RCA. It soon became apparent to his producers there that Cooke had more to offer than just his voice and his good looks.
My baby couldn't do the cha-cha-cha.
He said, "You know, I write." I said, "Yeah, what have you got?" He said, "I'm working on a thing." He says, "But it's not finished." I said, "What does it go like?" And he said,
Well, don't you know that's the sound of the men working on the chain gang.
Chain Gang was Sam's first hit for RCA, inspired by the work chants of a group of black prisoners he'd observed while being driven through the South. Chain Gang revealed a new level of subtlety in Sam's songwriting.
Chain Gang was Sam Cooke sending a very coded message to his black audience. He said, "Yeah, I remember where we came from. I know what chain gangs are about. I'm going to even sing about it."
That's the sound of the men working on.
You would think Chain Gang would be a dark and gloomy song that reflected on the dreary lives of the prisoners, and that's what inspired it. But that isn't the song it is. It's a kind of dream song.
Working on the highways.
Sam could take a song, but had so much feeling and commitment to it that you would say, boy, if you got a heart, you got to be able to feel that.
Somebody say that's the sound of the men working on the chain gang.
Chain Gang offers a funny kind of grace that you just would never attach to the subject.
I'm going home one of these days. I'm going home, see my woman.
It's about the woman at home. It's about her spinning out her life, about her, you know, wearing her gown.
That's the sound of the men.
It's these tiny little things give it a sense almost of escape and escapism.
My work is so hard.
Chain Gang went to #2 in the charts, and its success showed RCA that Sam Cooke, unlike their other big artists, could be trusted to generate his own hits.
It became clear to RCA that Sam knew something about this market that they didn't know, and they better give him a little free rein. And by the time Sam got to RCA, he had a good enough track record so that they were letting him call the shots.
Outside the recording studio, Sam began to reveal a savvy understanding of the music industry. By 1963, he had established his own music publishing company, had bought back the masters of his early hits, and even renegotiated his RCA contract to bring him eventual ownership of his recordings.
Essentially, Sam, from the time he was 6 or 7 years old, 5 or 6 years old, had the grandest vision for himself. I mean, when Sam buys his first house, he doesn't buy it in a black section of town. He buys it up in the Los Feliz section of Los Angeles with no black families around, with nobody having you know, led the way for him, but just with the ideas there are no limits on what I do. I'm Sam Cooke. I'm going places.
Sam Cooke's business ambitions also led him to establish his own record label, SAR, over which he had ultimate control.
When he started his own record company, I think that was about financial control, but I think it was more about creative control. And actually, if you look at a lot of the groups that he signed, once he signed, he pretty much signed everybody from the quartet tradition. He signed, you know, the Womacs. He signed Johnny Taylor.
One more time. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Johnny Taylor had been Sam's replacement in the Soul Stirrers and was signed to SAR in the hope that he too could be a crossover success.
Go away. Do you hear what I say? What I say? Give me time, and I'll make your love as strong as mine.
Sam tried to take everybody along with him. If you wanted to make it, and Sam knew about it, Sam would help you make it.
Sam was known to be extremely hands-on as a producer and songwriter, and much of SAR's output had a very recognizable style.
Everybody basically had that Sam Cooke feel somehow. I don't care what artist it was and what their style was. He was still on top somewhere in there in the songs.
I dig this. Tell me, how would Romeo feel if it's Juliet had turned out his advances and played hard to get? He wouldn't have let this bother him, and this I know, because swear that life there's hope.
Johnny Taylor was typical of many SAR artists, achieving only limited success. But Sam Cooke was about to hit the jackpot when his record label gave birth to one of the biggest songs of the 60s. As children, the Womack brothers had performed alongside Sam out on the Gospel Highway. As artists on the SAR roster, their name was changed to the Valentinos, and they were told to write themselves a hit.
I remember Sam telling me, man, we gotta cut something that's got more crossover appeal. And crossover appeal means that's gonna reach the whites. You know, he said, they gotta hear this. So we came up with a song.
My days stay out all night long. She made me cry. She did me wrong. She had my nose open. That's no lie. Tables turning now, it's her time to cry. Because I used to love her. But it's all over now.
The Valentinos released It's All Over Now in June 1964 and began to get serious airplay. Everyone at SAR thought that the record had potential. Unfortunately, so did the Rolling Stones, who decided that they wanted the song for themselves.
I was saying, man, I don't want them to record the song. I really don't want them to record it. We'd like to just go on the highway, let them go on and get their own song, and everybody be fine. And so Sam had the publishing. So he has to say, you won't understand it now, you understand it later. He said, I gotta let them have the song.
Well, baby used to stay out all night long. She made me cry. She done me wrong. She hurt my nose open. That's no lies. Dave has done it now. I've done
And we were riding, going up the charts. And they must have shifted gears, because they took on up.
It's All Over Now went on to become an international hit for the Rolling Stones, while the Valentinos' original version quickly disappeared from the American pop charts.
I was complaining, very upset about it. Just very upset about it, man. They just took our song, Brother can't have nothing, you know. And I saw the first royalty check. That changed everything. But I used to hate them, but I love them now.
In his own songs, Sam Cooke rarely strayed far from the commercial. He wrote about boys meeting girls, teenage parties, and lonely Saturday nights.
Your arrow go straight to my lover's heart for me.
But in 1963, a protest song written by a folk singer from Minnesota affected him so powerfully that he brought it into his act.
Oh, he's called a man. Tell me, how many seas must a white girl sail? Oh, he sleeps in the sand. All the answer, my friend, blowing in the wind. The answer, blowing in the wind.
It's blowing in the wind. Who knows how many roads a man have to walk down? My father knew about that. He knew about how many roads. He's been called boy, you know, even after he was a man, you know, down in the South. See, so how long? He's a man now. He's not bothering you. He's got his own family. How many roads must he walk down before you will call him a man? You know, and Sam, he said, well, this is a white guy, and he's writing songs for us.
Tell me, how many years can some people exist before they're allowed to be free? What I want to know is, how many times can a man turn his head, pretending that he just doesn't see?
Sam Cooke said, essentially, I should have written that song. Or certainly a black person should have written that song. What is that about? And it was a kind of artistic challenge. I also think the fact that it was a hit gave notice to Sam in this progression of constantly pushing the limits. That, wait a second, there's some other stuff you can talk about. If back in the day he could mention a chain gang, and that was a kind of signal, now apparently you could write a song pretty explicitly about civil rights and have a hit with it, make money off it. Well, you know, the door was open, and he wanted to go through it.
Sam set himself the task of writing a black response to Bob Dylan's Blowing in the Wind. The result would be his greatest composition and soul music's first direct engagement with black politics.
I remember him calling me and told me, say, Bob, I want you to come out. You got to hear something. I got something. This song was incredible. You got to hear this song. He said, I've written a lot of songs, but this is a turning point in my life.
And man, you talking about a song, it makes you shiver.
I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, and just like the river, I've been running ever since.
It's been a long time coming, but I know, I just believe a change is gonna come.
Change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. 'Cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know.
You listen to that and tell me that ain't the best voice you done heard?
I go to the movie and I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me don't.
He was incredibly proud of A Change Is Gonna Come. There was no other song that anybody spoke of in which he showed this kind of pride, that he would actually analyze it, go through it, and explain it verse by verse. You know, I go to my brother and ask my brother, help me please, you know, but he knocked me down on my knees, and he's explaining that's the white establishment.
Then I go to my brother and I say, brother, help me please. But he winds up.
And at the end of this explanation, he says, I think my father, going to be proud of me for this.
Back down on my knees. Lord, there've been times that I thought I could last for long, but now I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh, yes it will.
When he finished the song, I told him, I said, boy, this song is eerie. I said, it's like eerie. I said, yeah, man. I said, something feels like death. I said, it feels like something terrible's gonna happen.
Barbara Cook, Sam's wife, said the same thing. It somehow or other, there was a premonition in it. It reminded everybody of death, and it really spooked Sam, and it was a song that he performed probably no more than 3 or 4 times in public.
A Change Is Gonna Come was released as an album track with little fanfare in the spring of 1964. Later that year, Sam decided to make the song the B-side to his next single. The record was in the pressing plant when, on the night of the 10th of December 1964, Sam went out drinking with friends.
We were all sitting there eating, and then a lot of girls, when they found out Sam was in there, they come running for autographs, and there was one girl particularly didn't get up and come over, and he was and asked for autograph, and that kind of intrigued him. Then she come over, and then they got him left. And they went up to some little place way up on Century Boulevard, out near the airport. And this is where he was killed.
The precise details of Sam Cooke's death at the Hacienda Motel have never been properly understood. Many fans couldn't comprehend what could have brought their idol to the notorious South Central District of Los Angeles.
Sam had a saying what he said. He said, I was brought up in the hood all my life. You tell me I'm gonna be scared to go back to where I was raised up at? And that's why Sam never had no bodyguard, nothing. Sam didn't believe in that. He said, man, nobody will bother me, man. He said, I don't bother nobody. So I don't do no bodyguards. So what I need a bodyguard for? He said, people love me. They don't hate me. But,
Sam was killed by Bertha Franklin, manager of the Hacienda Motel. Franklin later testified that she had acted in self-defense after an angry Sam Cooke had confronted her in the motel office in an attempt to track down the young woman with whom he had checked in.
And how far was Mr. Cooke away from you when you started shooting?
He wasn't too far. He was at close range.
And how many times did you fire this pistol?
3 times.
And do you know whether you struck, or did you know you struck Mr. Cooke?
Yes, because he said, later you shot me.
One of these mornings, I'm a-going away any day now. I'm a-going to heaven to stay.
The reaction in the black community was to see a conspiracy. And metaphorically, that conspiracy makes perfect sense because, it's articulated again and again within the community that what happens every time a proud, strong black man gets too much power, he's shot down. I don't think that's what happened in this instance, but I think it's totally understandable that would be the way people would react, and I think it points to Sam's place in the community, to the stature he held in the community, the extent to which people personalized his death and found in it a symbol of racial oppression.
Many thousands turned out to pay their respects to Sam Cooke in his hometown of Chicago, while his funeral in Los Angeles was delayed by nearly an hour because his cortege couldn't make its way through the crowds.
But any day, I know that
I didn't know what had happened because so many great things was happening for Sam Cooke at that moment. Television shows and so many great tours, and we were breaking barriers. And now to lose him, it was our new Nat King Cole, and he was gone.
I knew he'd never really leave us. I knew that when I first heard his voice. And after his death, I knew that even more. And it proves itself to this very day, that he just lives on.
I'm a
Even after he was laid to rest, Sam Cooke would serve as an inspiration and example for countless black performers. Sam's spirit loomed large over Motown, a black-owned record company set up on similar lines to SAR. It could be heard in the heartfelt pleading of Otis Redding and in the soaring cry of Aretha Franklin, who had followed Sam's route from gospel to pop and who always acknowledged her debt to soul music's first real star.
And they go by, I don't miss it. And he been dead 40-something years, and I still miss him. Because he was something else. Yeah, he was really something.
Next week on Soul Deep, the sound of Motown and how Berry Gordy's persistence with Diana Ross and the Supremes finally paid off. And starting right now on BBC4, a gospel legend, Mahalia Jackson in concert.
You send me, hey baby, 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 you send me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ray Charles.
Get down on your knees if you have to get dirty. Get out.
Hit me, bam! The rhythm was there.
It's 1967, and the mastermind behind the most successful black-owned business in history has achieved his dream. With a unique vision, he had created a music that appealed equally to black and white. He had created the sound of young America. With a musical empire based in the industrial city of Detroit, he employed a group of artists envied across the world.
My world is empty without you, babe.
The Supremes, the Four Tops, the Temptations, the Miracles, Martha and the Vandellas, Mary Wells, Marvin Gaye. Respected and admired, he was the puppet master.
You know, he was the guy. He was pulling the strings.
Loved and feared, he was a born leader, a man on a mission.
It was king around there. Emperor, king, and His Majesty, and all that rolled into one.
Enigmatic and controlling, he shied away from publicity.
He knows how to use people to get to get the job done.
This is the story of how one man in the early 1960s had a vision for soul music. How he set up a small independent label called Motown, which would beat the majors at their own game. How even his strongest rivals in Chicago were left lagging behind.
Chicago and Detroit were like gangsters. It was like we didn't want to have nothing to do with Motown, and they didn't want to have nothing to do with us.
But by 1967, his empire was showing the strain of the times. With the Detroit riots came an end to an era of innocence. This is the story of Berry Gordy, black music's greatest Svengali, and his creation, Motown Records.
Someone to care.
The city that gave the world Motown was not, in the 1950s, known for its music, but for its cars. Throughout America, it was known as the Motor City. And it was on a motor assembly line that Gordy, after serving in the Korean War and running his own jazz record store, began working in 1955.
Someone to kiss.
The tedium of the work infuriated Gordy, but it did allow him the time to compose songs in his head. Believing he had talent, he decided to quit the assembly line and try his luck as a songwriter.
My heart is crying, crying, lonely teardrops. My pillow never dry.
Gordy's first big break was when he was introduced to Detroit's hottest young star, a man known as Mr. Excitement.
Jackie Wilson was such a sexy guy. Women would come to the stage. They were so frantic over him, and he was so frantic in doing what they wanted him to do. They would just keep their lips up to the stage, and he would get down on his knees, and he would actually kiss. If it'd be 3 or 4, he'd kiss them all. Kiss them all. I don't mean no one of those kind of kisses. I mean a kiss, okay?
Nothing but bird crying.
Jackie was the first big thrill of my life. I was a songwriter around Detroit trying to get my songs heard. Jackie recorded Lonely Teardrops, and that was his biggest record ever. When I heard this record on the air, I just got so excited, I thought I would be rich forever.
But although Gordy wrote 5 consecutive hit songs for Jackie Wilson, he didn't become rich.
Berry Gordy was always a great writer. I mean, all the great records of Jackie's were written by Berry. And Berry probably felt that he should be receiving more money than he was receiving. And when the manager didn't want to change his thinking, there was a disagreement, and Berry then no longer wrote the songs.
Gordy may not have made any real money from Jackie Wilson, but he did learn that there was money to be made. Leaving Jackie, he turned his attention instead to an emerging songwriter called Smokey Robinson. Together, in 1959, they decided that the only way to make real money was to start their own company. In a city without an established musical identity, Gordy was about to put Detroit on the musical map. He called the company Motown, after Detroit's nickname, the Motor City.
When Motown was started up, it would have been perceived in a very positive way in the black community because black people have a strong belief in business and in entrepreneurship. Because black people find it so difficult to get jobs. Any black entrepreneur who can create jobs is going to be seen in a very positive light. Black people want to run businesses, they want to be successful. So he started up this business, he was using black acts and so forth and employing black people. So it would be seen in a very positive way.
The best things in life are free, but you can give them to the best.
Gordy came from a middle-class family with a strong entrepreneurial tradition, and it was with their help that he was able to move into Motown's new home on Detroit's West Grand Boulevard. Although modest in appearance, Gordy showed no modesty in naming the building.
Your love give me such a thrill.
But the name was to prove no idle boast when Gordy achieved his first big hit with Smokey Robinson and the Miracles.
You'll take a ride. And then she said, just because you become a young man now, there's still some things that you don't understand now. Before you ask some girl for a hand now, keep your freedom for as long as you can now. My mama told me, you better shop around. Oh yeah, you better shop around.
Shop Around was Motown's first #1 big hit. And Smokey was the writer for Motown, the main writer. Smokey was definitely the guy to get a song from if you were a group or an act there at Motown.
My mama told me, you better shop around. Oh yeah, you better shop around.
Shop Around was a hit, not only in the black rhythm and blues charts, but also in the white pop charts. Gordy knew that the white record-buying public was enormous, and that if he could crack that market, his success was assured.
One who's gonna give you true loving before you take the girl and say I do now.
I didn't like tags on my music, you know. I didn't consider it black music or white music or green music. I didn't like labels. I didn't like race music, black, you know, or whatever. And so I just felt it's music for all people, you know, music that people would love.
What Gordy was looking for was crossover music, music that had no racial boundaries. And with this in mind, he began to surround himself with a family of like-minded individuals. Lamont Dozier, songwriter.
When I came along in '62, I had some definite ideas on how I wanted to approach it. First of all, I wanted to eliminate or annihilate, in this case, this race music idea.
Brian and Eddie Holland, producer and lyricist.
If Berry Gordy didn't like you, he wouldn't deal with you. He liked people around him that were talented, especially young people. He loved young, you know, creative people. He enjoyed the relationship, you know, so that was very, very helpful and very fruitful to the whole development of that company.
Mickey Stevenson, A&R man and talent scout.
I came as a singer, and I brought my songs to sing, and he listened to my songs, and he said, oh man, this is great. So I kept singing them, and kept bringing out more and more and more and more, and he said, okay. So I said, okay, what? He said, well, your songs are pretty good. He said, but your voice, that's for shit. So I said, oh, wait a minute, that's it for me. You know what I mean? I started collecting my music up, that's it, I'm out of here. I come to be a singer. He said, but wait a minute. He said, I know you handle musicians, and I heard you know, all the guys know you, and they got a lot of respect for you, and blah, 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 blah. He said, why don't you consider being an A&R man for my company?
And it was Mickey Stevenson who was to hire a group of musicians who would play on almost every record Motown released, the Funk Brothers. But Gordy was a black businessman operating in a white-dominated industry. His masterstroke was to hire a man who knew that industry inside out.
I was the first white person that was brought into Motown. I had the knowledge of the record industry. We had a great combination. I had no interest in going into the studio whatsoever. Barry had no interest as far as the marketing or the sales of the records. And we came out together great.
One group of youngsters who were desperate to be part of this success were 3 teenage girls from the Brewster Projects, a working-class estate in downtown Detroit. Diana Ross, Florence Ballard, and Mary Wilson.
The one thing about the Supremes is that I always felt that we together made one perfect human being. We were totally different. Myself being sort of like a middle person, very calm. I used to be. Florence was a very sort of soulful, earthy, extremely earthy girl. Didn't take any stuff from anybody. Okay. Diane was always kind of fun and very, very playful. When we auditioned for Mr. Gordy, we sang all of the songs that we loved. We were just so thrilled, and we just knew we had done a great job, you know. And then Mr. Gordy said, well, you girls are really good.
I liked them a lot, and they wanted me to sign them right away, and I said, well, not until you finish high school.
We were like, what? We couldn't quite understand why he wouldn't sign us, you know. Then years later, we found out that he was just concerned. We were young girls, just barely 16, and he just didn't want to have anything to do with, you know, underage girls. I recall leaving the studio, and I remember Florence saying, he couldn't be so smart if he didn't recognize how great we were.
But the Supremes were nothing if not persistent.
Of course, they came back to the studio and they learned everything they could. And when the semester was up, we signed them.
Florence Ballard chose the name The Supremes, but after a string of unsuccessful recordings, the group became more commonly known as the No-Hit Supremes, despite achieving a modest success with a song written by Gordy himself.
Don't lead me astray. Hey, let me go the right way. My heart, oh baby, it's all weak for you. It's weak for you. So please, be careful and treat me true. That you treat me true.
Let Me Go the Right Way was one of those records that we really thought was going to be a hit. I think what we really liked about it was that it was soulful. And, you know, we, like everybody else, were black and wanted something soulful. You know, it was like that was going to be our hit record. And it did do a little bit locally, I think, but it just didn't hit the charts and go all the way.
But if Gordy couldn't rely on the No-Hit Supremes, his other investments were proving a better bet.
Nothing you can say could tear me away from my guy. Nothing you can do, 'cause I'm stuck like glue to my guy. I'm sticking to my guy like a stamp to a letter, like birds of a feather. We stick together. I'm telling you from the start, I can't be torn apart from my guy.
Nothing you can say could take me away from my guy. No handsome face can ever take the place of my guy. You know what I mean? It was just easy to remember. And it had a rhythmic to it that you could always just sing along with, you know?
And it was these sing-along, easy-to-remember and feel-good lyrics that seemed in perfect tune with the aspiration and optimism of the times.
There was a strong air of optimism about race relations in the United States. People thought this society would be thoroughly integrated by the end of the 1960s. And there was a great sense of commitment on the part of younger black people. There seemed to be change in the air. Then we got this young president in 1960, John F. Kennedy, who was attractive, and he seemed to have some sympathy for African Americans.
Take my hand from my guy. My guy. No handsome face could ever take the place of my guy.
You could say that JFK, I think you could say that Martin Luther King, I think you can say that, and the music and the sound of Motown were all synonymous. And I think it took all of these things to kind of wake the world up to, hey, we got to care more about one another and give us all some understanding.
And no song represented the myriad peoples of the world and Motown's attitude better than Mickey Stevenson's anthem, Dancing in the Street.
I think it's like an anthem for all dance music. It's like the grandfather for all dance music. And it's gone from generation to generation because of the feel. Again, the feeling that connects with the human psyche, or the human spirit, I should say. No matter what race or color or whatever, it just grabs you, you know. That's what makes it, I guess, such a phenomenon.
When I first heard it, I didn't like it. I didn't feel it. And after singing it my best the first time and not having a machine on, a little bit of rage came in the second delivery, but it's an exciting rage, and one that sometimes producers will do that. I don't know if they did it intentionally or what, but they got a good performance out of me.
The right voice, the right arrangement, the Funk Brothers, everything seemed to be gelled for the song. And it all came together in such a way that it was just spirit-driven.
Gordy had now found the perfect formula to ensure that his music was played not only on black radio stations, but more importantly, on white ones too.
I think one of the great reasons for the great success of Motown was that they crossed over to white radio. Once Motown discovered that white radio looked at their records as white records rather than black records from the ghetto, they built on that and made their sound more and more acceptable to the white radio.
What Gordy had done was to transform Detroit from the Motor City into its new incarnation as the Music City. Just up the road in Chicago, Detroit's legendary rival, no such transformation was necessary. Chicago had a rich musical history. Black workers had migrated here throughout the 20th century and brought with them their own music, the blues.
I came from the South, and a lot of people migrated from the South to Chicago. And we all settled right in that area on the South Side, and music was very important. I think music was probably our way of escaping some of the realities that were going on.
Raw, dangerous, and intense. This was music that was never played on white radio. And since the 1940s, Chicago had had its own hugely successful label, Chess Records, founded by Polish immigrants Phil and Leonard Chess.
We primarily were a blues record company. Starting in 1947, Chess beginning in 1950, artists like Muddy Waters, John Lee Hooker, Howlin' Wolf, we had them all. We were the best label in Chicago. Chess was the best, there's no doubt.
But by the early 1960s, the blues market seemed old-fashioned and irrelevant to a new generation of aspirational black society. Chicago was changing, and it needed music that reflected that change. It needed soul.
Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah.
When I came over to Chicago, I wanted to sing what they were singing there, because what they were singing there was really cool. It just gave you a feeling, you know, of all right, I'm getting it now, you know.
I get a feeling that I never had before, no.
First time I remember Etta was at the 2120 Michigan office. She came in with an entourage, midgets, dressmakers, chauffeurs. It was like when you see a picture of elephants in a long chain, Etta walked through in the front like the queen with all these people behind her.
Yeah.
My father admired her talent. He would say, that bitch can sing like no one else. I mean, that's really what he would say.
Something got a hold on me, yeah. Oh, something got a hold on me right now, yeah, child. Let me tell you now, I got a feeling I feel so strange. Everything about me seems to have changed. Step by step, I got a brand new walk. I even sound sweeter when I talk. I said,
When I started recording, Leonard would come down and get in the booth with me. and just punch me in the side. Come on, mother. You know, I would say, now why is he doing this? But he wanted to feel like he was producing, you know, me especially, because since I was the new, young thing there at the company.
But Leonard Chess knew that to compete with the crossover success of his rivals at Motown, he would have to change Etta's image.
He wanted to take Etta James from that rough kind of black music, black sales only, to the crossover. For us, crossover was get the white audience to buy it. That was the big sale. To expand out of the black market to the white radio and to the white audience meant many, many more sales. There are many more white people in America than black people.
I'm so sorry for you.
I didn't know what crossover was. I said, what does that mean? He said, it just means that they're going to get a pop record, and you're going to be their pop artist. Then I went, oh my goodness, because I wasn't really into singing that stuff. I mean, I wanted to rock and roll, you know. And then he says, are you kidding? No, you want to be a pop artist. You make more money and everything. So I said, okay, that's cool.
In order to achieve crossover, Leonard and Phil Chess employed what they called the sweetening.
Sweetening, mostly it referred to strings or background voices. Anything like you could add. A good analogy would be an ice cream sundae. It starts out with scoops of ice cream, and you add the chocolate sauce, the nuts, and then the cherry on the top. That's the sweetening.
Put your arms around me. I can't go on with this make-believe. I hope you'll find someone you won't deceive.
I know for sure that strings did put a white sound, a whiter sound. It was white all the way, so whiter, on the music. If you were singing something and it was bluesy, when you put those strings on, they took that blues and made it sweet. You know, people would just shut their eyes and just, oh my goodness, this is so great, these strings. They call it the lush sound.
Etta James was Chess's crossover star, and Chicago was on the up. With the addition of strings, they had transformed the blues into sophisticated soul. But no amount of sweetening could compete with what Gordy had up his sleeve for the no-hit Supremes.
One day, Berry Gordy said to us, you know, you girls are so serious. He says, I'm going to put you with my best writing team, Holland Dozier Holland.
Baby, baby.
Holland Dozier Holland's first hit song for the Supremes received at first a lukewarm response from the girls.
What did we particularly dislike about Where Did Our Love Go? Everything. It was like this song, baby, baby, where did our love go? And so now Florence and I, we're used to singing, right? So all we had to sing in this song was, baby, baby, ooh, baby, 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 baby. I mean, it was like nothing. So we felt like we were insignificant as singers.
But as the no-hit Supremes, Diana, Florence and Mary had little say in the matter and were ordered to learn the song anyway.
I got this yearning, burning, baby, feeling inside me. Oh, it's kind of early, boys.
But even when the song had been perfected, Diana Ross remained unhappy.
She said, I'm going to call Barry. And I looked at her. I said, I tell you what, there's the telephone. You go call Barry. I said, but when you call him, you tell him to come over here and take you in the studio in WM. So when she looked at me, I guess she said, he's got that much nerve. So she said, okay, so she did it.
But
she was unhappy. So she sang the song as dry as she could. And I remember the engineer turned around and looked at me. I said, leave it alone. Let's let it go. I said, it's perfect. Because he could tell by her attitude, she was saying, the hell with this. But her voice wasn't. See? You know, she had that natural, beautiful, sultry voice that was coming through. And then when she went right through the whole song, and she said, is this what you want? I said, thank you. That's exactly what I want. Thank you. And that was the end of it.
Diana, Florence, and Mary's misgivings were shared by an unlikely ally.
I loved Diana Ross. She was always sweet, and Florence was cool, and Mary was Miss Glamour girl. But that was what used to bug me. So it was that, tell me, baby, tell me, baby, do. I didn't care for that kind of stuff. Not that they were bad in any kind of way, but it was like, why are they singing like that?
Gordy, though, knew that the Supreme singing style was exactly what made them so special.
I think that Barry saw that we were what he was looking for to take the Motown sound a step further. In Diane, he saw that her sound was a little more unique in that it was very different from others. You know, sometimes when you have so many people who all sound soulful, and you know, it's like whatever. She had a uniquely different sound.
The huge success of Where Did Our Love Go was followed by an astonishing 8 #1 hits for the Supremes, all written by Holland Dozier Holland. Together, they had found the perfect pop formula.
If we didn't get the goosebumps or the hair standing on the arms, then something was missing. We would often sit, the three of us, the Holland brothers and myself, would sit and try to analyze a feeling. And if there was a drop in the mood, as long as it was up and you were feeling like, wow, man, this is sensational. It's got feeling. It's got realism. You know, I could actually believe that this happened to somebody. Then you're on the right track.
Now if you feel that you can't go on because all of your hope is gone.
Holland Dozier Holland had become Motown's most successful songwriters, writing major hits for an extraordinary number of different acts, such as Reach Out, I'll Be There for the Four Tops.
He just did a tremendous job on it. The guitar and the bass line was absolutely fabulous when it got to the rhythm, the way they chunked it. It was, you know, it just really catapulted the song.
Motown was now a hit factory, with a strictly regimented system for the production of every new release.
I got the idea from the assembly line that I worked in an automobile plant, and as the cars rolled down the line, they started out as a frame, and they ended up brand spanking new cars coming off the line. In my company, I tried to do the same thing, only with human beings, which was a lot more interesting.
Motown was a production line. I mean, that's what made them so great, because there was a plan, there was a layout of how it should work.
The production line began with Motown's producers and writers competing to create the next big hit. Secrecy was key.
We kept our doors closed. Whenever we were working in our office, we made sure there wasn't anybody lurking outside our door listening to the different things that we were coming up with.
Once they had a song, it was recorded, often within the day, by the Funk Brothers, Motown's house band.
The Funk Brothers, in my opinion, were invaluable to that company, is because they could execute what Bryant and Lamont wanted them to do. Because basically, when Bryant and Lamont would go into the studio, they would only have chord sheets. The arrangements were done in their heads on the spot.
Before the records were released, they had to come before a quality control meeting where Gordy and his team would scrutinize the song to see whether it was good enough to be a major hit. Minor hits were not acceptable.
It was survival of the fittest, so to speak. That's when the real fun started and the real competition. And of course, the real hit records came out of that because it had to be great to get out of that meeting alive.
Nowhere to run to.
And with Gordy in overall control, the production line went into overdrive.
Got nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. It's not love I'm running from. It's the heartbreak I know will come. 'Cause I know you're no good for me. But you become a part of me. Everywhere I go, your face I see. Every step I take, you take with me.
Murray the K had this brilliant idea to make the first videos ever. He took us to the Ford Motor Company and they built a Mustang while we sang Nowhere to Run. We had to get on the line and off the line. And the guys, the workers that were there were complaining, saying, "Get these women out of here. We're trying to make a car. We're trying to do our work." And they didn't stop the line. They would just make us jump off and on as it was moving. And we walked through the paint line, and we walked through where they put the tires on and everything. But we got a first-hand view of just how cars are made. And they made this car in the 2 minutes and 45 seconds that we sang Nowhere to Run.
It may have been a production line, but new methods were constantly employed to create a new sound.
We went out in the garage and back of the studio. There was some old chains back there. And we wanted something to give a different sound, give a clinking sound.
Well, we brought those chains and different things into the studio and mic'd them up, put a microphone on it, and tried to see what type of sound we would get.
Then we start putting it on a beat. Clank, clank, clank.
And he held that chain and beat that chain until his hand actually bled, making the sound that you hear in the rhythm.
But Motown needed more than just an efficient production line to ensure sales in the record shops.
The machinery was the people there at Motown. And I've been told I have a reputation of being a tough guy. Distributors didn't pay their bills. They had a lot of trouble because I believed if I sold you something and you sold it, you're entitled to pay me. And I would not accept anything less than it. And that's where I got a reputation there. I collected the money. I always got our money.
Whether you personally dig the Detroit sound or not, there's no question it's being dug by a lot of youngsters to the happy tune here of an estimated $15 million gross a year. Richard O'Brien, CBS News, Detroit.
Held scoreless by Chicago, the Detroit Lions explode with Tobin Rote quarterbacking and passing.
Chicago knew that Motown was on the right track and was looking on enviously.
And a great run back. Whoops, he's down.
It was almost like rival teams, you know. If they had a good idea, we just went along, we tried to use it. We were always listening. These guys would go out and buy Motown records and come back and sit us up and make us listen to them. The writers said, now this is what we want, we want to emulate this.
And with Chess in the doldrums, having had no major hits for several years, Leonard and Phil Chess needed a rescue plan.
Where are you, voice? Come in, it's time to come in. Rescue me. Take me in your arms, rescue me. I want your tender charm, 'cause I'm lonely and I'm blue. I need you and your love too. Come on and rescue me. Oh yeah, rescue me.
When I came to Chicago, I knew I was coming to Chess Records. I came to be a jazz musician, and it didn't happen. And Leonard asked me if I would do a duet with, I was detoured. And he asked me would I do a record with Bobby McClure, and I said, of course, you know, because I love Bobby. And we did a record called Don't Mess Up a Good Thing.
Don't Mess Up a Good Thing was never going to rival anything at Motown, charting at a modest number 33.
We were desperate for a hit at Chess. We needed a hit to pay the salaries. Record companies have cold streaks and hot streaks, just like football teams or baseball teams. We were having a cold streak, and we needed a hit.
And the only surefire way they knew they would get a hit was to copy Motown.
I will have to tell you, Rescue Me was inspired by the Motown sound. That year, Motown was hot. They were on the charts with all those kind of bass lines and drum riffs. Yes, it was one of the few Chess records that took from Motown and tried to have a similar kind of hit.
People thought Rescue Me was a Motown song because of its rhythm. Everything was doom, doom, you know. It was on the one. Everything was on the one. It was on the upbeat and everything. And everybody thought it was Motown automatically, you know, because Chess wasn't doing nothing like that.
But that was on Motown, was it? Chess? Well, that was the time when we all felt like...
Chicago had good reason to feel left behind. Detroit once again was a step ahead. Gordy, having perfected the sound, now concentrated on the image. With the Supremes as the trailblazers, Motown moved from the projects downtown to the very heart of the white establishment, uptown.
I said, I'm going to open up a department that has nothing to do with singing, because I can't even hold a note. But you are going to be trained to appear in #1 places around the country, and even before the Queen and the President of the United States. Those youngsters in 1964 looked at me and laughed and said, that one was crazy. All we want is a hit record.
What Gordy and Miss Powell created was a Motown finishing school, which was to be called Artist Development.
It was Maxine Powell's job to refine us. She very early on told us that we were all diamonds in the rough, and we needed to be refined. And I thought that was a really wonderful way of looking at all of us. And so she just basically taught us how to sit and how to talk and what fork to eat with, which one not to, things like that. And it's always been said that if a group of artists were together, you could always tell Motown artists because of our refinement.
But Artist Development did not only deal with etiquette, it also taught choreography and stage presence. In an early performance of the Supreme classic, Come See About Me, Diana Ross decided to add a personal touch.
I said, what are you doing? She was kind of rolling her eyes and whatnot, and I said, what are you doing? I was singing. And I said, look like you're also making faces. But I'm souling, I'm feeling it. And I said, well, for a #1 place around the country, you can't do that because they are not going to look at you for 2 hours making faces. You're going to go to a different level eventually. Well, they couldn't see that.
Gordy's investment in Motown's finishing school was paying off. The Supremes had become a household name in both black and white homes.
Part of their appeal, unquestionably, is that they seem like young white girls of the period. Gordy had them well trained by Maxine Powell, and they're just so appealing and so cute and so clean. I mean, they're just really, really clean. And so this was going to be his ticket into white America, and he succeeded.
Mr. Gordy, who's that we're listening to?
Those are the Supremes. And that's a record taken from their album, which is their current release, incidentally. The Supremes sing Holland Dozier Holland.
That's your big group, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's not only my big group, but it's the big group in the world today, perhaps the finest singers in the world.
I need love to ease my mind.
The Supremes had not only conquered America, but had become Gordy's global ambassadors.
Can't hurry, love. No, you just have to wait. She said love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take.
But with their success came increasing criticism that Berry Gordy had now sold out to a white sensibility.
I would see critics who would write about us and say, you know, the Supremes are homogenized and they're this and that, you know, and that hurt. It really did hurt us, you know, because we wanted to be so much more.
In the later part of the 60s, among black kids I knew was this feeling that whites were kind of co-opting this music, and there was no longer a sense of pride about whites liking the music. So there was this kind of sense that Gordy was making a mistake by trying to make his music have this integration, assimilation appeal that people no longer liked. I remember one kid said, oh, this music shouldn't be called the sound of young America, it should be called the sound of black America.
And accusations that Gordy was out of touch were echoed within the Motown family itself when acts were pushed into the world of white entertainment.
Florence was not as comfortable doing the Hollywood scene. I mean, some people just aren't. People just are not, and Florence was one of those. If it's soft fluff in this, you know, I mean, how can you fight something that looks good? But she just wasn't comfortable with that. So for her to do some of the things that we had to do, she just felt it was fake. I mean, she wanted to be real. You know, she didn't want to be make-believe.
But the direction the Supremes were taking was not Florence's only concern. With the rise and rise of Diana Ross, Florence and Mary were no longer backing singers, but background singers.
There was a period of time where Florence was disgruntled, so to say the least, about Diana being the lead singer. Because when the girls started off, I think Florence was the lead singer of the group. And so naturally, you know, a little vanity is in all of us. You know, she wanted maybe to continue with their part, but people kept pushing Diana Ross, you know.
The pressure on Florence increased to such an extent that alcohol and depression took over her life, and she was sacked from the Supremes.
Gordy decided in some way, I think, to disengage from certain kind of details in relation to the life of certain people in that company because they were no longer very important to him. So, you know, the other people in the Supremes, once he decided I'm zeroing in to make Diana Ross a star, the other people in the Supremes became pretty much expendable.
If Gordy was seen to be disengaging from personal issues within the Motown family, he was also criticized for ignoring the bigger problems affecting America. With the escalating war in Vietnam, a growing urban crisis, and the rise of the civil rights movement, the optimism of the early 1960s had evaporated. And the mood of the country had changed. Suddenly, Motown seemed hopelessly out of touch.
You must know that in that period of time, Barry was interested in building his company. He was not interested, I don't think, so much in the civil rights movement. And everybody was beating that drum.
And it would be in Chicago, not Detroit, that America's social conscience was heard.
If you had a choice of colors, which one would you choose, my brothers? If there was no day or night, which would you prefer to be right?
Curtis Mayfield was one of the first artists to sing openly about community struggle and racial harmony. He grew up in Chicago's housing projects. Obsessed by music, he began writing and performing aged 14. After a series of pop hits with the Impressions, he increasingly turned his attention to songs with a social message.
People must prove to the people a better day is coming for you and for me, with just a little bit more education and love for our nation would make a better society.
I think the reason Curtis was singled out, so to speak, was because Curtis was writing in the period when the civil rights movement was just really kind of getting rolling in America. His songs, People Get Ready, there's a train a-coming. You don't need no ticket, you just get on board. All you need is faith to keep the diesels humming. I mean, that's poetry.
People get ready, there's a train a-coming. You don't need no baggage, you just get on board. All you need is faith to hear the dealers humming. Don't need no ticket, you just thank the Lord.
When you talk about Curtis Mayfield, you have to understand that you can't really put him in just anybody else's category. I don't know whether he was ahead of his time or he was saying things that was today. He was saying things that was important about what we were going through, what life was about. And he felt that somebody had to tell it.
For there's no hiding place against the kingdom's throne.
I don't think Berry Gordy would have allowed Curtis to sing those message songs in the beginning. That's just my opinion. I mean, obviously, hindsight, he probably would say yes. Berry was about reaching the young America and the bubblegum songs that, everybody could feel good about.
Don't need no ticket, you just thank the Lord.
But with the events of 1967, Berry Gordy and Motown would be given a wake-up call. With 5 days of violence, 7,000 arrests, 1,000 injured and 43 dead, Detroit experienced the worst riot in its history.
My father was able to secure our house and take care of my mom, and that was a very scary time. And we left town the next day, never forget it. As we flew away, we saw the city burning.
The riots signified a lot of things. They signified a kind of class unrest, they signified a racial unrest, but the biggest problem was that it seemed as though Detroit was becoming ungovernable.
All this was bad news for Berry Gordy, whose Motown organization was also being challenged in other ways.
In '67, we decided to go on strike because we wanted to have a part in the business, a piece of the pie, as it were. Our own artists, maybe a deal, a subsidiary label deal.
Gordy, though, was never going to give up any part of his Motown empire. There was to be no negotiation. After notching up over 40 hits in the US alone for the likes of the Supremes, Martha and the Vandellas, and the Four Tops, Holland Dozier Holland left Motown for good.
That was just a backbreaker to me, I mean, to all of us. And I wanted to go with them so bad and know what to do, because we not only were we very close as buddies, we were chummy chums, you know, but we knew that the Magic Pen was leaving as well. But we didn't realize how bad that would affect us until after they were really gone.
Many feared that the departure of Holland Dozier Holland was the end of the Motown story. But Gordy showed that his company was bigger than any producer, any writer, and any artist. With a new writing team, he addressed all his critics with the Supremes' biggest hit to date.
Socially, so much had changed in the latter part of the 60s, and especially here in America. And Holland Dozier had left. There was pressure on the writers to get a hit for the Supremes. And so Berry Gordy and some of the members got together and they formed this group called the Committee, or the whomever was the writers for Love Child, and came up with this real social, sort of aware song, Love Child.
You think that I don't feel love, but what I feel for you is real love. In others' eyes I see reflected, I hurt, scorned, rejected, love child.
I thought that was very ingenious for them to do. Although it was reminiscent of the arrangements and everything of previous stuff that HDH had done, I thought the subject matter was just right on the button.
The newly christened Diana Ross and the Supremes, with new member Cindy Birdsong replacing Florence Ballard, are seen in ghetto gear, sporting afro hair on the album cover. But for Middle America's #1 TV program, The Ed Sullivan Show, a toned-down look had to be employed.
In an old cold run-down tin slum. My father left, he never even married Mom. Shared the guilt my mama knew, so afraid that others knew I had no need. This love we're contemplating is worth the pain of waiting. We'll only end up paying the child we may be creating. Love child, never meant to be. Love child, stolen by society. Love child, always second best. Love child, different from the rest.
We were now part of the social issues of America, and we were women, and we were talking about something that meant something to us. So we were very aware that it was a social statement, and we were very happy that finally we were mature. We were always trying to be mature.
The Supremes and Motown had grown up and come of age. With Love Child, Gordy had shown that his company had the ability to adapt and change with the times.
I think we kind of covered so many levels, and it's a body of work that is the important thing in Motown. It's not one song, one artist, or anything. It's a body of work that made a whole lot of people happy around the world.
After Love Child, Gordy left Detroit and moved his headquarters to Los Angeles, where a new generation of writers and producers successfully put social issues at the forefront of their music. Gordy's empire entered a second golden age. But the sound that had encapsulated the spirit and optimism of the 60s was now part of history. The age of innocence at Motown was over.
Mother, mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, brother, brother.
Otis Redding, the story of Southern Soul, next Saturday on BBC Two, but later at 9.
You know we've got to find a way to bring some loving here today. Yeah. Father, Father, we don't need to escalate.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ray Charles.
Get down on your knees if you have to get dirty. Get out.
Hit me, bam! The rhythm was there.
I've been loving you too long to stop now.
Cleveland, Ohio, December 1967. Otis Redding and his touring band are en route to Wisconsin for the last gig of the weekend. They're going to travel by plane, despite a bad weather forecast.
My love is going strong.
They told him not to fly. And Otis had not missed many gigs in his life. He always took pride in the fact that he never missed a gig unless it was absolutely necessary. His last comment before he got on that plane was, "I got to go make that dollar," which was the expression that he always used, "Got to make that dollar."
By 1967, Otis Redding was on top of the world. Years of struggle on the grueling small-town circuit had finally paid off.
Can't stop now.
He'd won a vast new army of fans across Europe, and he'd been embraced by the hippie love crowd at the Monterey Pop Festival. He was the king of soul.
Otis established what really could be defined as the very essence of soul music.
As our fair grows old, ooh, I'm loving you. Oh.
That essence was distilled at a Memphis recording studio called Stax, a refuge for black and white musicians in the bitterly divided South.
It was like an oasis in the desert. It put together black musicians, white musicians, black business people, white business people for a common purpose.
In a corner of America where blacks were still expected to know their place, common purpose was a dangerous idea, but it had begun to gain momentum. The Stax studio was a fragile experiment in integration with implications far beyond music. Otis had taken Southern soul to a mass audience, both black and white, but he would never make it to Wisconsin. The trail he had blazed for 5 glorious years would end in tragedy on a foggy December night.
He was at the top of the staircase, and I'm at the bottom of it, and I looked up, and I said, "All right, well, have a good trip." I said, "See you Monday, huh?" And he said, "Yeah, Red, see you Monday." And boom, that was the last time I saw him.
This is the story of how black and white musicians came together as equals to create Southern Soul. A music that would inspire a generation. Memphis, Tennessee, the true crossroads of American music, where blues and country collided to give birth to the rock and roll of Elvis Presley. By the early 60s, the melting pot was about to bubble over again.
If you weren't in Memphis in the 60s, then you missed it. You missed a big party. It went on for at least 10 years. There was music everywhere. All the clubs had live music. Memphis was blessed and always has been blessed, as a lot of river towns are, with a lot of music people.
Now Memphis was going to produce some of the grittiest, most passionate music the world had ever heard. Because this is where Otis Redding would find his soul.
Otis was a power force, coming from a little town of White Oak, Georgia, and who was singing in the little clubs in Macon, Georgia, which was big time for him. His power came from his family, from his roots, from living on that farm, from working on that farm, being born on that farm. He had to get away from all of that, and he broke away spiritually in song.
Otis would have to make a break for the city if he was to make it as a singer.
Daddy, get no man. I love a chicken, baby. Shouting mama lover.
In 1962, Otis Redding drove guitarist Johnny Jenkins to Memphis. They were heading for Stax, a fledgling recording studio where Jenkins had been offered the chance to record and maybe get himself a deal. Stax was founded by brother and sister Jim Stewart and Estelle Axton. They set up shop in an old movie theater and combined the first two letters of their surnames to christen the company Stax.
It was a magical place because everybody was friendly and happy and nobody was professional. There wasn't a good Jew in the bunch. Nobody knew nothing. We had Jim Stewart was an accountant at the bank and played fiddle on the weekends.
Stax had an open door policy that anybody could just wander in off the street. If they could play or write or whatever, they were welcome.
Al Jackson and Steve Cropper were young musicians helping out at the studio the day Otis showed up.
I saw this big guy get out on the driver's side and get the car keys and come around back and unlock the trunk. I just passed it off as he was what you would call a roadie in these days. So we went into the studio and listened to what Johnny had. And Al Jackson came down and he said, there's a guy that's with Johnny that just keeps bugging me about listening to him sing. Got him down to the piano and he started, "These arms of mine, they are lonely." And man, my hair stood up like that. I looked at Al Jackson, I went, "Get Jim."
These arms are mine. They are lonely.
Jim went, "We gotta get this on tape. We gotta get this on tape." I mean, he was like nervous about it, you know. All of the attention went towards Otis. Unfortunately for Johnny Jenkins, he should have left Otis at home, I guess.
These Arms of Mine was Otis Redding's first release for the company. And although only a minor hit, his pleading tone struck a chord with Jim Stewart and the musicians at the studio.
They recognized that Otis was very rare. He was a diamond in the rough.
These arms of mine, they are.
The song basically is an expression of honesty, that depth of feeling that was so common among African Americans in the South. Music provided the outlet, the uninhibited source for expression.
What is so remarkable about These Arms of Mine is the extent to which it presents the unvarnished Otis Redding style, which is like a begging style. I mean, a crying style.
Let them, oh,
The record itself took months before it broke. It took 9 months to break. Then he got on a roll in the studio, and everything Otis would touch was magical.
Just like the arrival of Otis, everything that happened at Stax owed a great deal to chance. The original aim for the label had been to produce country music.
Jim Stewart and Estelle Axton had no idea what they were doing at the outset and fell into the recording of rhythm and blues and then soul music purely by accident.
Cheap rent had brought Jim Stewart and Estelle Axton to the heart of a black neighborhood. But they discovered a goldmine of pure musical talent on their doorstep.
I don't think there was such a great knowledge of what soul music was on Jim's part or anyone else's part. But there certainly was a beauty in Estelle Axton who wanted to just embrace any and everyone who wanted to come in, and she wanted to be sure they were checked out.
Stax Records was an oddity. It was like an oasis in the desert. The people who made it work were both black and white and became friends because of what they did. It was wonderful. But right outside those doors, it stopped.
Memphis, like most of the South, was deeply segregated. Even the bars and clubs were divided. But the sounds of the city were less easy to contain.
There's one thing in surrogating society, but you cannot surrogate something like the airwaves. So through the airwaves, black culture permeated white culture, white youth culture.
For some of the new converts to black music, the city's forbidden live scene would prove irresistible.
Yes, it was segregated, but it was a way of life. When people like Ray Charles would come to town, we would drive by in a car with the windows rolled down and drive very slow to see if we could hear the groove coming through the walls, you know. It was just a magic time.
Steve Cropper had been performing around Memphis with an all-white rhythm and blues band called the Marquis. But at the Stax studio, he and bassist Duck Dunn began playing with keyboard player Booker T. Jones and drummer Al Jackson. It was their first opportunity to play across the racial divide.
There was never any color at Stax. Didn't exist. There was just a bunch of guys that were making music and having fun.
Together they formed Booker T and the MGs, the house rhythm section that would become the backbone of nearly all Stax recordings.
I saw 2 white guys and 2 black guys that had a rhythm feel and were generating through their music a kind of emotion that I hadn't experienced before. It was gritty, gutsy, and raw.
The MGs were part of a team of musicians assembled by Stax that Otis would come to rely on.
Otis recognized that he had found the kind of family that he could grow with, that respected and loved him instantly, and waited anxiously for each time he arrived because they knew that he was going to take them to the next level.
It was a party, it was fun, and everybody that was on the dates knew that something good was going to happen.
I tell you what I'm gonna do now. There's a new dance going around here. I'll tell you what, putting it down now. You move your body all around, you just shake. Oh, that's the way you do it, just shake. Oh, go, say, shake.
He was in such demand to be on the road, to be performing, that we got very little time with Otis, and we would stay up almost 2 or 3 days in a row with very little sleep. And we didn't care. I mean, we were young and had so much energy. You know, sleep was not part of the deal.
Though Otis had no musical training, he had a natural gift. He was an instinctive songwriter who could draw a unique sound from the band through the force of his personality alone.
He knew how to shape the music around that animation and personality that people perceived as Otis Redding. Unbelievable, gifted in that area. from horn lines to bass lines to guitar lines, the whole 9 yards.
He was the greatest horn arranger I ever knew about, and I've always taken my inspiration from how he just let this stuff come through him. He'd get down there in our face and sing horn parts to us until you would think you were going to come out of your shoes. And he'd keep on marching up and down the floor and go, Duck would be playing, we'd all be playing. He'd just march around to the different stations until you were just crazy.
The success of Stax as a label and Otis Redding as an artist went hand in hand, and the rewards were tangible. The farm boy from Macon, Georgia had hit the big time, but as a black American, he could never quite escape the day-to-day realities of life in the South. Like Sam Cooke before him, Otis voiced the belief that one day soon a change was going to come. The Civil Rights Bill passed in 1964 had delivered equality on paper only. But the peaceful protests led by Dr. Martin Luther King carried the hope that real change would come. Something echoed in Otis's music.
The climate of the country, and particularly in the South, had a lot to do with the level of intensity that continued to characterize his music, expressing the feelings, the tensions, the contradictions about life in a segregated society. His particularly emotional style of delivery resonated with other African Americans who are experiencing the same set of circumstances and who are also desiring change within their conditions.
Otis Redding's music wasn't overtly political. It would take others to find deeper meaning in his songs, such as respect. Instead, he found a fresh way of writing and performing songs about something that everyone could understand: love and relationships.
Otis Redding, in my opinion, was a romantic. He wrote many wonderful songs, very genuine, honest, open songs about relationships.
Do me wrong, honey, if you want. You can do me wrong, honey, while I'm gone. But all I'm asking for is respect when I come home.
He was a stud. You know, he was tall, dark, and handsome. And you might have thought that because of his physical stature, that his demeanor might have been overpowering. But it wasn't. He was a very soft-spoken person. He was a very gentle person. He was a very respectful person.
The combination of Otis's emotional, sensitive side and his sheer masculine presence proved spellbinding on stage.
He didn't dance, he kind of stomped. But what reached the women in the audience in particular was this kind of delicate style, which was a good deal at odds with his visual presence.
Well established in the rhythm and blues charts, by 1965, Otis Redding had begun to charm a new white audience with charismatic appearances on radio and television.
There was so much passion in his performances until even those that resisted playing his product on radio had to acknowledge, but he's a soulful brother.
On the back of Otis's success, Stax became known as Soulsville, the home of Southern soul. In New York, Atlantic Records producer Jerry Wexler was looking for a new sound. He was so impressed by the music coming out of Memphis that he made a pilgrimage south.
I had been recording for more than 10 years in New York in the traditional manner, using studio musicians and written arrangements. They ran out of licks. That happens, you know, there's just so much water in the well.
Wexler had been frustrated in his attempts to kickstart the career of Wilson Pickett, an artist he'd signed to Atlantic Records.
I would bring him songs, he didn't like them. He would bring me songs, I would reject them. I said, I have an idea, let me take him to Memphis. I called Memphis, Jim Stewart, sure, bring him down. So I brought him down and I put him in the hotel room with Steve Cropper and a bottle of Jack.
But before they settled in at the Lorraine Motel, Steve Cropper did his homework. Listening to Pickett's early gospel tracks, he found inspiration in the singer's ad-libs.
There was a gospel song, and he was going, oh, I'm going to see my Jesus in the midnight hour. Whoa, I want my Jesus in the midnight hour. And he'd just scream up and da-da-da-da, you know. And it just seemed like that was like a signature of his.
I would always put that in somewhere in the song, in the midnight hour, in the gospel song. I may meet Jesus. It may be soon in the morning, or it may be in the midnight hour. You see, so that midnight hour thing was kicking around all the time.
With all due respect to the great man upstairs, he allowed us to take some of his gospel songs and turn them into pop music. So Wilson and I hit off on that really quick.
Wait till the midnight hour. Let's let my love come tumbling down. I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour.
In the Midnight Hour was the song that emerged from the hotel room. It would go on to be a big hit, but not before Jerry Wexler injected a bit of New York into the Southern mix.
They were hitting a certain groove, and I went out into the studio and I started to dance according to the rhythm of a new song called The Jerk.
He said, hey baby, can you just put it here, baby? Kink, put it here, baby. Hey, put it right, kink. I didn't know, what the hell is this man talking about?
Dun, 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 dun. There's an infinitesimal hesitation, fractional hesitation, that kicks the song so hard. And that became part of their armamentarium from then on. They recorded that way. We had a glorious week of recording there. Many great songs, many great hits. It was just an instant melding of sensibilities.
Having put Wilson Pickett through the Stax machine with great results, Wexler tried to repeat the trick with another Atlantic act, Sam and Dave. Despite the fact they'd had little success in New York, the cosmopolitan duo were not convinced that the South had anything to offer them.
I just felt, oh my God, I'm in the swamps. It's nowhere in the world they're gonna get hits out of this. I literally started crying. I said, I wanna go home. I don't wanna record here.
They were introduced to rookie songwriters Isaac Hayes and David Porter, but this did little to improve the situation.
I didn't get a feeling of, boy, are we anxious to be in Memphis, Tennessee to work and make a record.
I was not happy when I first heard the material that was introduced to Dave and I. I was very disappointed.
I think Jerry Wexler, more than anything else, was the one who was adamant about the potential of this situation working, more so than Sam and Dave were.
Wexler's intuition was right, and once Sam and Dave were in the studio with Hayes and Porter, the MGs and the Horns, they found their groove.
Sam and Dave became Sam and Dave really through Isaac Hayes and David Porter, but we also became who we were through the collaboration because we were able to work together in such a way that was unique, special, and also very, very impactful.
Sam and Dave had talent in abundance, but it would take David Porter to harness their energy in the studio.
They would not record a song unless I was standing right in front of them, and I would direct them. If you didn't give me the emotion, I would put my hand up and say, stop. If you brought it to me, I would, and if I wanted you to go higher, I would reach that. If I wanted you to take it down, I would do that. If I wanted you to frown in the next lyric passage, I'd make my face send you that message.
David would literally be on his knees back there with Sam and Dave behind the mic, begging the vocal out of them. As they would sing, he'd be, just pulling his soul out of them, and he was good at it. Heckle and Jekyll is what they were like. They were just funny, and they were just live wires. Sam's a dancer by trade anyway. They had more fun dancing around the studio and singing those songs. They weren't songwriters. So they were very dependent on David and Isaac and the writing team to come up with songs for them to have hits with.
Hayes and Porter spent hours in the studio, laboring over riffs and lyrics in search of a hit. It was during one of their long sessions that they stumbled across a song that would establish Sam and Dave once and for all.
The horn figure that you hear on the record was something that we put down on tape a couple weeks before that. It was just a horn riff. Isaac and I were working late one night, and quite honestly, it was about 1:30, 2 o'clock, and I had to go to the restroom.
Isaac is still working. I'm sitting down next to him. Don't you ever feel that lean on me when times are bad? When the day comes and you're down in a river and you're about to drown. Porter, I got it. Porter, come on, Porter.
And Isaac attempted to rush me out of there. He hollered, "Hey, come on, man." I said, "Hold on, I'm coming."
Hold on. I'm coming. He said, "That's the title."
Nicknamed Double Dynamite, the duo were explosive on stage. The Sam and Dave live show was an adrenaline-charged spectacular that left audiences in a frenzy, begging for more.
Right in your face. This is what you come to see. You come to see us perform for you, entertain you, right in your face and never let down. Those moves were made up by me. If I did something, if I felt something, and I caught Dave's eye or his attention at the time, and I started making a step, whatever, he would fall in. But it was not designed. It was not designed. I couldn't get a response from the audience to make me sweat. I'm talking not just sweating, drenched. Our job was not done. One time I jumped off the stage and it didn't catch me. That's not bad.
By the time the Stax artists came to Europe, Sam and Dave had turned performance into a gladiatorial contest. They wanted to leave the crowd gasping and the stage too hot for the next act, even if the next act was the King of Soul himself.
Sam and Dave definitely put some heat on Otis. He got nervous before every performance. Backstage, he'd be in the wing, and you could see the beads of sweat already starting to pop off his face.
That was a good competition. It was a good competition, and but no, he liked what we did.
All the power of Sam and Dave and all the thrill they gave the audience was suddenly negated because the man was on stage.
He picked it up where Sam and Dave left it off, and he walked it over the hill.
to get me no, oh no. Now when I'm around, I rent my cars, I rent that man comes on the radio. I keep telling me more and more about that.
The Stax tour cemented Otis Redding's reputation, with British music fans voting him the world's #1 male singer.
Otis had dethroned Elvis Presley. That was unheard of. I mean, that was something almost unbelievable.
In Memphis, the success of Otis Redding and Sam and Dave inspired others to try their luck. Aspiring producer Quinton Claunch set up a label called Goldwax and began searching for the soul talent that Stax had missed. Claunch needed a star to rival Otis. Late one evening, one arrived on his doorstep. His name was James Carr, and his manager Roosevelt Jameson knew he was the real thing.
James Carr had a rich natural voice that needed no training, but had it been trained, it was kind of like gold being polished.
Roosevelt Jameson and James Carr knocked on my front door about midnight one night. They had this tape and everything. I don't know if I could take time to listen, so if I was interested. I said, sure, come on in.
I know you love.
He just had a voice that just really fascinates you, you know. And I said to myself, this guy can do it if we can get the right song, get the right promotion and everything. That's probably what I've been looking for.
With all the ingredients in place, James Carr just needed to score a hit. And in 1966, he did, with Love Attack. A performance was filmed for television, but never shown. Until now.
Now here I am, with a little pain in my heart now. I got a sweet little woman. She took my heart and she tore it apart. I tried not to show it, but it just ain't no use, man. It's like a holding on to a hot wire now, baby. I can't turn it loose now. Think I got a love attack. Lord,
The raw depth of soul that you hear when you listen to James open his mouth, it's the voice of the South. It's that deep pain and longing for something better.
I just couldn't. It hit me just like that.
Once Carr had achieved a few more hits at Goldwax, he got the chance to perform on the popular tours that agents Alan and Phil Walden staged, featuring the biggest names in soul music.
I've had the mumps and the measles.
The tour was Otis Redding. You know, he was hot too, you know, and they packaged us together. We had a great time, and we drew quite an audience.
I was able to shake it off. But you came along.
Had he come prior to Otis Redding, it would have had much bigger impact on the soul music fans. But coming after Otis, people naturally compared him to Otis, and as an Otis Redding sound alike, which hurt his career tremendously, you know.
Though Carr clearly had a voice to rival Otis Redding, he wasn't equipped for the pressures of fame, and he couldn't resist the temptations that lured him off the path to stardom.
Well, James liked to indulge a lot. You know, he was notorious for smoking a pipe all the time. Not a crack pipe now, but a pipe, but not tobacco either. And I think that all had a big effect on him.
I would have to wake James up all the time and drag him, you know, and raise hell with him and all that to get him to practice, to get him to do this. But we were like brothers, you know.
But James Carr's new management urged him to cut his ties with Roosevelt Jameson. Without his longtime mentor and friend around to keep him on track, Carr's life began to unravel.
They was telling James that I was holding him back, you know. I was keeping him from being a superstar. You know, if I would get out the picture, he would be a superstar. So, but when that chain was broken, it did something to him. The things that grew inside of him that he was fighting just took hold. And he wasn't able to control it.
dark end of the street. That's where we always meet.
Plagued by mental illness, James Carr was destined to spend the rest of his life in and out of hospital until his death in 2001. But he left us with a legacy of some of the most moving soul music to emerge from the South, and a haunting song that secured his place in music history.
At the dark end of the street, you and me.
You know, physically you have people all around you, but still you can be alone, you know. James was, and he really became alone when I ceased to be. You know, we were like partners walking down the journey somewhere, you know. And then something happened to his partner and you look around and he's all alone. He hated to go that journey by himself, but he was trying to be a star. And really he didn't know how. I feel that he was able to probably express a type of feeling that very few artists is capable of doing. And he didn't have the right type of exposure that people could get to know him.
James Carr may not have been able to challenge Otis as the king of soul, but he wasn't the only pretender to the throne. An unlikely star was about to surface from a remote corner of Alabama to record Southern Soul's first #1 pop hit.
Ovations, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, here's a guy with 2 big hit records in a row, Mr. Percy Sledge. When I'm back in love, can't keep his mind on nothing else. He'll change the world for a good thing he's found.
The signature song of Percy Sledge began life during a backstage jam session as a cry from the heart for a woman who'd left him.
Hit me a chord, I say. I'm going to sing about my friend that done left me. He said, what chord? I said, just hit me a chord. I said, what key? I said, I don't know, just hit me a key. So they said, boom, boom, boom. I said, when a man loves a woman,
Down deep in his soul, she can bring him such misery.
just unbelievable. Unbelievable. We cut that song in one day. Because I didn't have to learn anything about it. The melody was something that had been in my heart, in my mind for years. It was since I was a little boy.
Percy Sledge had recorded his smash hit in Muscle Shoals, a rural, God-fearing backwater where blacks and whites lived uneasily side by side. A place where a handful of white boys with country music in their blood dreamed of making the soul music they heard on radio station WLAC.
The ingredient that was alive and kicking in everybody's heart was the fact that they'd all grown up on WLAC. A lot of whites, like me, longed to make an R&B record.
Producer Rick Hall shared this ambition and helped pioneer another vibrant, multiracial soul scene based around the grandly titled Florence, Alabama Music Enterprises, FAME for short. In an area where it was hard to get a decent job and harder still to get a drink, music provided an escape.
It was a lack of distraction, I think, that was a beautiful thing, because from wherever one might come, I mean, you could concentrate and focus on your music real easily, you know.
I used to call them widows, you know, especially Spooner. You look at Spooner with them lazy eyes, you know, and you would never believe this guy could play a keyboard like he could, you know.
It's like a pioneering spirit thing where even though all over the world there was similar things going on, but we were given the opportunity to say our piece here.
The success of When a Man Loves a Woman sent shockwaves throughout the music business and turned the spotlight on Muscle Shoals. That soul music was thriving in a place where they were still picking cotton caught the imagination of the ever-resourceful Jerry Wexler.
I must say that I was absolutely blown away that this piece of work emanated from a place called Muscle Shoals in the northwest corner of Alabama. So I went down there, and I guess it was just natural for me, having found these guys, to bring Aretha there and said, give it a shot with her.
Gospel-trained Aretha Franklin's career had been languishing, and Jerry Wexler was determined to rescue her from singing routine standards.
Moon River, wider than a mile, I'm crossing you in style someday.
It was so evident to me that she was a blazing genius, that she was so far ahead of the pack. She made a lot of beautiful records for Columbia, but they were all over the place. They had no focus, they had no direction.
We're after that same rainbow's in, waiting round the bend.
We wanted hits. Everyone else was having hits, and I didn't have a hit record. And that is when I signed with Atlantic Records in 1967.
Wexler brought Memphis-born Aretha back to the South and encouraged her to rediscover her roots. But to the musicians of fame, Aretha was an unknown quantity.
The buzz was, you know, we got Jerry Wexler and Tom Dowd here. I mean, there wasn't anybody in that room that didn't think Jerry Wexler hung the moon. The musicians, being musicians, you know, the main thing they won't do is, if they don't know you, you know, they're not going to just walk up and hug your neck. They're going to stand back and see what you do. She walked over to the piano, sat down on the piano, and went, balloon, and she just played this unknown chord. The guys were just like little bugs. They just ran for their instrument.
Once the musicians had settled, Jerry Wexler played them a rough demo of a song he hoped might launch Aretha's new career.
It was really a bad demo. It didn't have a groove much, and it's like everybody's feathers just fell. Because, you know, good studio musicians, all they want is a great song, and then they'll do the rest.
The savior and the hero of that record is Spooner Oldham, because he came up with the rhythm pattern on the electric piano.
Jerry's trying to talk it up, you know. Come on, man, you know, like, let's do this, and what do you think about this? And a lot of what do you thinks, you know, and people try little things, but all of a sudden it just went quiet. Nobody could think of nothing.
We just couldn't seem to get it. We couldn't seem to get it.
Let's see if we can get the thing going up on the top.
And just out of nowhere, here comes Spooner with the Wurlitzer. He's sitting at the Wurlitzer, and he's just blown, blown, down, 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 down.
Everybody just sort of jumped on it because we had a ladder to climb there all of a sudden. It was just trying to reach the sky with nothing to hang on to there for a minute.
She chimed in, it was gone. You know, everybody got it. They got it real fast, and they cut it 30 minutes, something like that maybe.
And I don't know why I let you do these things to me. My friends keep telling me, they tell me that ain't no good, but oh, they don't know that I'd leave you if I could. Well, I guess I'm uptight, and I'm stuck like glue, because I ain't never, I tell you I ain't never,
Wexler knew he had a hit, but he couldn't release the record without a B-side. Dan Penn had the bones of another song, Do Right Woman, but he needed something to link the verse to the chorus.
And Jerry says, I gotta have a bridge, man. So I said, fine, I'll get you a bridge. We had the chords. Take me to heart, I'll always love you, and nobody can make me do wrong. All of a sudden, Wexler sticks his head in the door and he says, "What you got, man? Have you got it?" And I said, "This is what I got, Jerry. They say it's a man's world." He said, "Oh, I've got your next pot." I said, "What's that?" He said, "But you can't prove that by me." I said, "But you can't prove that by me." "Thank you." They say it's a man's world, but you can't prove that by me. All of a sudden, Aretha sticks her head in the door and she says, "What you got, babe? What you got?" I said, "They say it's a man's world, but you can't prove that by me." And she said, "Oh, I've got your next part." And I said, "What's that?" She said, "As long as we're together, baby, show some respect for me." I said, "Thank you very much." She took off, so all of a sudden I had the bridge. As long as we're together, baby, show some respect for me. If you wanna do right.
Drinks were poured to toast the song, but in an atmosphere already tense because of Aretha's volatile relationship with her husband, Ted White, it was a recipe for trouble.
We started to work on Do Right Woman, and the session broke up in chaos because Aretha Franklin's then husband, Ted White, got into a little to-do with one of the trumpet players.
My mind's not letting me know who it is, but I remember the incident. Might have been me. Somebody hit the guy because he'd hurt Aretha, and they all went back to New York in a huff, like you said.
Wexler followed Aretha back north, armed with only the skeleton of the B-side, Do Right Woman.
We had drums, bass, and rhythm guitar, not even lead guitar. They finished the record, just Aretha and assisted. First of all, she laid down 2 keyboard parts. She went out there and sang the lead, then she went out again with the sisters, and they did the background vocals, and the thing was finished. It's like a miracle. Both sides turned out to be extraordinarily acceptable.
If you wanna do right, home day, woman, you've gotta be on and I can't eat a bite.
Although the songs were completed in New York, it was during that tumultuous night in Alabama that Aretha Franklin had rediscovered her soul. I Never Loved a Man, backed with Do Right Woman, shot to the top of the chart.
That was my first million-selling record. I never loved a man the way I love you.
Aretha's success made her an icon for a generation of black Americans who were no longer just hoping for change, but demanding it. By reinterpreting Otis Redding's Respect, she spelt out exactly what they wanted.
The respect we're talking about had to do with social respect, gender respect, race respect, but also it had to do with respect between the sheets.
The large African-American community, particularly women, related to Aretha's version and the conviction in which she is demanding that her partner respects her.
Aretha embodied the spirit of the summer of '67. Soul music was tapping into a growing black consciousness, and as Dr. Martin Luther King pursued his quest for racial equality, the music began to reflect the call for black pride and empowerment. And at the Stax studio in Memphis, Isaac Hayes and David Porter came up with a defiant anthem for Sam and Dave.
It was a time that there was bigotry, hatred of black folk, all kinds of things going on. And from a creative standpoint, we wanted to write music that was uplifting feel good, dancing, motivating, and every song. And I think the song that sums it up more than any other song was Soul Man. Black folk at that time, we didn't have very much. So you wanted the message of the song to bring that to you. Even though I don't have very much, I'm a soul man, and I'm strong, and eventually I'll get to where I need to be.
By 1967, soul was a common term within African American music and referred to behavior, attitude, lifestyle, food, music, everything was soul. It just became a soul movement.
I got what I got the hard way. I'll make it better, but I'll make it better each and every day. You ain't seen nothing yet. I'm a soul man. Because it does make people come together. However you feel.
At the height of the summer of '67, the greatest soul man of them all was about to perform the biggest concert of his life. Alongside a who's who of '60s rock and pop giants, Otis Redding appeared before a crowd of 200,000 at the Monterey Pop Festival in California.
His performance at the Monterey Pop Festival was his first major appearance before a white audience.
This is the love crowd, right? We all love each other, don't we? Am I right? Let me hear you say yeah then. All right, song goes something like this. My favorite.
Throughout his career, Otis had struggled to reach the wider mainstream white audience. But all that would change after Monterey.
Now dig. Oh, she may be weary. Them young girls, they do get wearied. Wearing that same old miniskirt dress. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, that festival had been going on for a few days. And with the love crowd and all that, it already had its uniqueness and its feel about it. And when we showed up with Otis Redding, I guess it was just, they were just primed for it because it was overwhelming.
California was like another planet, but we conquered them that day. He was spectacular. He always was. And those people just didn't know what hit them. We ran over him like a Mack truck.
The counterculture group could connect with Otis Redding because he was free. He was uninhibited in his performance. The way he approached his music was not acceptable within the mainstream, of the standards of that time, but he became acceptable within his group because they were looking for something that was different.
Monterey opened Otis's eyes. Boundaries between blacks and whites were being broken down in the charts and on the streets. And as his audience grew, Otis began to draw on broader musical influences. As the year drew to a close, he unveiled a song that displayed a total change of direction.
He called to see if I was at the studio. And the reason, he said, I've got to play you this song. He said, man, you're going to love this song. I think I've got it. He said, this is the song. And he said, I just want to make sure you're there. I'm coming straight over.
Sitting at the dock of the bay, take one.
And he's clowning around, man, going, ga, 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 sound like crows in the woods, and he's trying to imitate these seagulls and stuff.
Okay. He's not gonna make it as a whistler.
Hey, man.
Hold it. Take two. Stay in on the mic now, Steve.
And he plays me Dock of the Bay, and it was shocking to me. I mean, I was shocked. Whistling at the end of this song. Wait a minute, Otis Redding, you're known for all these fantastic ad-libs, you know? Well, you know, why are you singing this song like this? And he said, Red, this is going to be my first million seller, you know? And this is going to be my first #1.
When we cut it, we listened to it back. He and I looked at each other and said, we got it. We finally got the one that we've been looking for.
Wasting time. I left my home in Georgia and I headed for the Frisco Bay.
A few weeks after recording Dock of the Bay, Otis and his live band were back on tour, flying to a gig in Madison, Wisconsin. They would never get there.
I was watching a football game, it was snowing, and it came across the screen that Otis' plane had went down.
When Otis Redding's plane crashed into the icy waters of Lake Monona on the outskirts of Madison, Otis and all but one on board were killed. At his funeral in Macon, Georgia, thousands came to mourn Southern Soul's greatest star.
Otis Redding was my idol. He was such a big idea to all the soul singers coming up. He was just a solid piece of gold towards soul music.
And at Stax, the loss was also deeply felt.
Otis's death all but sucked the life out of Stax.
It devastated everybody. Lose your best friend. Tough.
He was the heart and soul of that operation. It was never the same after that.
Sitting here resting my bones, and this loneliness won't leave me alone.
Stax feared they might never recover from Otis's untimely death. It fell to a numbed Steve Cropper to complete Dock of the Bay and add one final chapter to the Otis story.
I got a phone call, emergency phone call early Monday saying, we've got to get a record out. We've got to get the next record out. I'm like, what, you know? This was unbelievable that we get that kind of request. And I went, I don't know if I can do this. And they said, you got to do it. We got to get this out.
Sitting on the Dock of the Bay became Otis Redding's first #1 record. At last, Otis had his million seller. The Stax family had managed to rally themselves to pay a fitting tribute to their brightest star when they received another blow, one that would shake America to its core. On the 4th of April, 1968, white assassin James Earl Ray shot Dr. Martin Luther King in Memphis. The civil rights leader was murdered at the Lorraine Motel, where 3 years earlier, Wilson Pickett and Steve Cropper had written In the Midnight Hour. The racial integration that had created Southern soul now buckled under the pressure of politics.
It made us more conscious of the fact that we were black and white.
This fraternalism between black musicians and white musicians seemed to suffer. After Martin Luther King, everything had changed.
The dream of integration was over. A new radical force in soul music was about to emerge. But for 5 short years, the Southern experience had found its voice through Otis Redding and his contemporaries. Their music reflected an all too brief era of hope and promise, an era captured for one last moment the night before Otis's death.
Your little tenderness, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, man, now I know she's waiting, just anticipating for things that she'll never possess, no. But while she's there waiting, try
just a little bit of tenderness. That's all you got to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ray Charles.
Get down on your knees if you have to get dirty. Get out.
Hit me, bam! The rhythm was there.
By 1965, there was no doubt who was the man with the attitude, the energy, and the best moves in soul music. James Brown.
Papa's got a brand new bag.
Every move he made was funky. But everything he said was funky. The rhythm in his body, the way he walked, he talked, you know, he was just the rhythm king.
Ain't no drag.
He gets out there and twists his body and screams to the top of his voice and sweats. That energy and that attitude about I'm gonna make you dance, and when all of that comes together, you got what we call funk.
The funk that James Brown pioneered was a new kind of soul music, bursting with power and energy, developed and refined by a brilliant generation of black singers, musicians, and producers. After Brown's first funk explosion came Sly Stone. Motown artists, The Temptations, Marvin Gaye, and Stevie Wonder got funky. And then there was the crazy world of George Clinton. But funk also became the soundtrack for troubled times of riot, assassination, and war.
Each artist and each composer and songwriter was drawing from their brothers in black. They were a part of that sweat, that blood, that tears, that pain. Oh, yeah.
This is the story of James Brown and the funk revolution, and how for a decade, this soul music with a message became a defiant celebration of African American identity. James Brown was already a chart-busting soul legend when in 1965 he recorded his first funk classic, Papa's Got a Brand New Bag.
Ain't no drag. I liked it only because I was listening to the rhythm. The words didn't mean nothing to me. I liked the rhythm, and it would fit in a certain segment. When I would roll out of one thing, I'd be doom tap tap boom boom doom tap tap boom boom. Hey, hit me, bam! Then I'd drop him in there. I didn't care what he was saying. The rhythm was there.
Brown turned soul music upside down, departing from his roots in blues and gospel by highlighting rhythm, not melody, and putting the whole emphasis of funk on the first beat of the bar, the downbeat.
Well, I took it off the top and put it on the bottom. I used the bass of the song other than the top of it.
Brown's vision of funk was driven by Brown's first law of funk, which stated that musicians should hit the first beat of the bar and hit it hard, what they call the one.
One. One. That's what the one is. 3. One.
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 1. That's the one. It's like a dinosaur walking, you know?
Yeah, that was the beginning of all the music you hear today. Because nobody was on 1 and 3, that was considered wrong. 1 and 2, you know, on the upbeat, you know. Now it's on the downbeat.
I feel good.
With his relentless touring, James Brown had built up a loyal black audience. Not for nothing did he call himself the hardest working man in show business.
I would not.
Then came the opportunity to take his new sound to the heart of mainstream USA. Brown appeared live on The Ed Sullivan Show, the most watched program in America. Funk went prime time.
Ed Sullivan didn't have a ghetto entertainer. And all of them that were ghetto, they would change when they got to his show. And I didn't.
Papa's got a brand new bag.
It represented a lot of people that would never watch Sullivan, nobody. When he put me on there, he gained almost a whole culture of people, all the black people. They had no real reason to look at this Sullivan because he wasn't doing anything that fascinated them or touched them. But when James Brown went on there, that was the beginning of
to a public role. But there was now a demand for Brown to state exactly where he stood politically. His response came in August 1968 when he recorded Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud.
The best way to stop a problem is take the negative and make it a positive.
He came up with the rhythm. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. He didn't use the word Negro.
Until we get our share.
He didn't use the word colored. He said, wait a minute. I'm black. But I'm a Negro. I'm colored. But I'm not ashamed. It was a short catchphrase, hit the rhythm, no long story. I'm black and I'm proud.
As soon as it was released, Black and Proud exploded with meaning for African Americans.
There was some black people really didn't say out loud. You know, it was like an assertion. It was like all of a sudden we can say this now, you know? And they said it with all the energy in the world. Then, you know, goosebumps just came over me. You know, I was totally thrilled. And then it made us play it better, you know?
The reaction was so positive, it was unbelievable. The black people had energy they never thought they had.
We're tired of beating our heads against the wall and working for someone else.
Because now we're somebody, not colored, but black.
Now we're people. We like the birds and the bees.
But Brown would pay a price for Black and Proud. Nervous radio stations dropped it from their playlists, beginning a period when his record sales suffered.
It was worth it, and I think he knows it was worth it. But that's what artists did, and that's what leaders do. They do things that help people at their own, you know, they make sacrifices to help others.
By the time that Black and Proud was released in 1968, a band had emerged from the Bay Area of San Francisco to bring new energy and new ideas to Brown's original funk formula. They were Sly and the Family Stone, a multiracial group who invited both black and white to dance to the music.
And Cynthia's signature voice starts it off. Get on up and dance to the music.
There was a whole vocal breakdown that featured Larry, Freddie, and Sly doing an a cappella thing.
That wasn't orchestrated. He just said, Freddie, you know what I want there. Didn't have to tell me because I was baby bruh and his only bruh.
This was liberating, upbeat music.
I'm gonna add them bottles so that the dancers just won't hide.
There had never been a soul band like this. Without thought, a model of integration.
I know for a fact it wasn't a thing like, let's see now, in order to make this work, we're gonna have to have no more than 4 blacks. You gotta have 2 whites. You gotta have a girl. If you get this combination, you'll be successful. No one sat around talking about anything like that.
What better example for young funk musicians?
I was like, wow, this is really cool, especially for blacks, because we were so used to the band playing behind a singer, you know, to be jamming, being freaky and being wild and doing great songs. I mean, it was like, man, this is it. You know, so Sly and them, they encouraged us a lot.
The band lived and recorded in San Francisco and embraced the values of the city's summer of love.
I used to, go to Haight-Ashbury. There was a freedom over there where no one's looking at you any different than they're looking at anybody else. It was indicative as the way I came up, you know, and it was very free. I loved it, I tell you.
Sometimes I'm right, and I can be wrong. My own beliefs are in my song. The butcher, the baker, the drummer.
Yet Sly had also been brought up in the church, and performing to him was a kind of preaching. So it was natural that the message in the band's 1969 hit, Everyday People, be a musical appeal for Martin Luther King's beliefs in racial toleration and understanding.
It's a message song, it's a happy song, it's a finger-popping song, it's a harmonizing, Beach Boys type of summer song. It's a beautiful record, but it's also a serious record. It's trying to heal some of the wounds that were, really being inflicted upon people in the society in 1969.
But this was not just a band with something to say. This was a band with funk. Their third hit single, Thank You for Letting Me Be Myself Again, was a funk milestone.
That song takes my mind back to a stamp, like James Brown when he stamped things. It's boom.
Based around the revolutionary bass playing of Larry Graham, it took funk to a whole new place.
They developed this way of popping the strings, hitting them with the thumb, in rhythm with the song, syncopated in the beat. And no one had really thought of doing a whole song thumping and plucking all the way through the song. Larry said, you can lock this down. If you can play this bass right, you can lock it down. And with Sly and his brother Freddie on the guitars, they could really create this mesmerizing rhythm around this funky thump.
Thank you for the party. I could never stay. Many things on my mind. In the way. I wanna thank you for letting me be myself again. Thank you for letting me be myself.
All across America, Sly's brilliant funk fusion gained him many admirers. Detroit, the home of Motown Records, appreciated a winning formula whether in music or in cars. By 1968, Motown on West Grand Boulevard was the most successful black-owned business in America. Out of its Studio A had come hit after hit for groups like The Temptations. But one Motown producer, Norman Whitfield, knew that the My Girl generation had seen too much in recent years to be satisfied with just pop music. To keep the hits flowing, Whitfield persuaded Motown to let The Temptations join the funk revolution.
When Motown saw what was happening, they shifted. And they shifted, I think, as much out of commercial acuity as artistic integrity.
Whitfield, with writing partner Barrett Strong, took The Temptations and house band the Funk Brothers into Studio A to record Cloud 9.
I guess he just said he wanted to shift gears, go a step higher. And as he was doing this, we were sometimes even to the point of laughing, saying, well, what is this cat doing? This guy done bugged out. He had some acid or something, But it turned out fantastic.
Yeah, he's going to funk it up. It's going to be funkier than what it was. It was funky as it could be then. You could smell it all the way down the block.
We couldn't wait to put the voices on his tracks because the tracks would give you that urgency to want to record right away.
So much rhythm tied up in this tune. It wasn't no space nowhere in the tune. Every little crack was filled up with some kind of rhythm.
All the little things that were happening, the intricate things, you can always put your finger on something that you might like. I like that. Down. You like that. I like that one little figure to stick in your mind. I think Norman sort of wanted to be a drummer himself.
Whitfield and Strong knew that Motown's new funk groove on its own was not enough. In these troubled times, there had to be a message in the music.
Whitfield was able to understand how the groove had moved on, and that groove is grittier than it was before. It's more aggressive and it's more confrontational.
People moving out, people moving in, because of the color.
It's more emotionally complex. It isn't just I love you and you love me and you're the most wonderful girl in the world and you're my girl. It's what the f is happening here?
And I'm such a brave. Strap on, brother.
Barrett Strong had been a witness to Detroit's very own urban revolt in 1967, when over 5 days, 43 died and 7,000 were arrested.
And it seems nobody's interested in learning but the teacher.
I came home and the street I was living on, the whole block was on fire. I know my mother was outside, she was screaming and crying, and we were dragging stuff out in the street and stuff like that. I remember all of that. And my wife and I, we were like asleep in our apartment. We would hear gunshots. We had to be in the house by 6 o'clock with the curfew and stuff, I had little kids to take care of. It was a very scary moment in my life. A lot of people call it a race riot, but to me it wasn't. It's just a lot of unrest because of the politics that was going on in the city. It was people against the system. That's what it was.
People moving out, people moving in, why? Because of the color of the skin. Run, 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 but it's okay.
After Cloud 9 stormed the charts, Whitfield and Strong wrote a song for The Temptations with a clear political message. Ball of Confusion, powered by the voice of new lead vocalist, Dennis Edwards.
The only person talking about love now, brother, is a preacher. And it seems nobody's interested in learning but the teacher. Listen to me, will you please? Segregation, determination, demonstration, integration, aggravation.
Dennis could spit the words out. I don't care how many words there were. He could spit them out as fast as they come. He just had that voice, that certain feel for how, for singing those songs. That great gospel, hard-hitting voice.
Then, during this period of trauma in Detroit, another Motown star began to get funky. The year that Detroit burned, Marvin Gaye was singing romantic duets with Tammy Terrell. Gaye seemed everything that the Motown hit machine wanted from its artists.
He's so clean-cut shaven. Looks like the all-American dreamboat. He's the boy next door. Even the white families would, love to have as their neighbor because he looks so unthreatening. He's an acceptable image.
But Gaye grew restless at the attempts to control his life.
They wanted him to take dancing classes. He said he ain't no dancer. He's a singer. They want him to take acting classes. He said, I'm not no actor. He said, I don't want to waste my time with that because, I don't know, maybe he had a feeling inside that he wasn't going to live out a full life.
Working with the Soul Alchemists, who did a funk makeover on The Temptations, Whitfield and Strong, Gaye transformed his career with I Heard It Through the Grapevine. This was a chance to sing with real feeling and emotion.
The soul. It's as if you could really feel this man was hurting about something, and he just sort of delivered it like, made it feel like you could feel what he was saying. It's like Ray Charles. Ray Charles could deliver a song to you, and you can feel every word he said. Grapevine was actually a blues.
But by 1970, Gaye was a rebel without a cause, brooding in his suburban home in Detroit, refusing to record and give concerts, depressed by the terminal illness of Tammy Terrell. But a different Marvin was emerging.
He grew a beard, he began wearing an earring, he began to smoke dope in public places, didn't care. He became more of an outlaw. In that sense, he became a funkier kind of character.
Hey, what's up now? Brother, what's up? This is a big party, man. Yeah, brother, like, stop. Right on.
It was the Vietnam War which got Marvin Gaye back into the recording studio.
Mother.
His brother Frankie had recently survived a 3-year tour of duty in Vietnam, and his experiences moved Marvin deeply.
Brother, there's far too many of you dying. You know we've got to find a way.
Then a friend, Obie Benson of the Four Tops, came to him with a song, What's Going On? Inspired when Obie witnessed a violent confrontation between police and anti-war protesters.
All these people were protesting because they didn't believe that civilized people should kill each other for whatever the reason. They think that you should be trying to be able to discuss it.
War is not the answer.
Because war is not the answer. See, that's the song right there. See, it's a love song, what's going on.
But Marvin was unsure about singing Obie's song. It took his wife, Anna, the sister of Motown boss Berry Gordy, to persuade Gaye that he should sing What's Going On.
She said, if you don't sing that song, you out of your mind. You know what I'm saying? And so he said, well, Berry may not go for it because it's a protest song. She said, Berry will go for anything that's a hit.
In June 1970, Gaye went into Studio A to record. The completed work was everything that Obie Benson wanted for the song.
To bring some loving.
When he played that song for me, I couldn't believe it. It was poetry in motion, and musically it was something else, man.
But Gordy put a block on What's Going On being released, troubled by the song's message, and despite excitement in Motown about what Gaye had recorded.
I was flabbergasted, dumbfounded. Whatever you want to use as, this is some great product here.
To bring some loving.
I said, Berry couldn't hear this. But Berry only heard Marvin as, don't nobody want to hear all these multi voices. You're a romance kind of guy. Women love you.
Was not the answer. Only love can conquer hate. You know we've got to find a way. Bring some understanding here today.
Next thing you know, what's going on, they could not keep it in the stores. Wherever we would go, that's all we heard. What's going on? What's going on? Then the album, you could not wait for the album to come out.
The What's Going On album was soul perfection. From Gaye's seductive voice came a whole babble of messages. Not just the war, but inner city poverty, drugs, saving the children, saving the planet, God and love, redemption and loss. With this record, Gaye had pushed the boundaries of what black music could achieve.
It's basically a landscape painting of post-Vietnam War African-American ghetto life. Marvin's taking all this pain. He takes all this pain and kind of anarchy, and he gives it unity and harmony. He takes what is ugly and makes it beautiful, and I think that's a miracle.
This ain't living, this ain't living. No, no, baby, this ain't living.
Wow. New York, just like I pictured it. Skyscrapers and everything.
The same year that What's Going On was recorded, another Motown star left Detroit for New York, looking for a new sound and a new direction. Now 21, the former Little Stevie Wonder had come of age. Inspired by the example of Marvin Gaye, he now took unprecedented control over his music.
Are you healing, praying, feeling what you say inside?
Stevie Wonder began to explore a funk sound with two musicians and recording engineers using a new musical invention, the synthesizer, Tonto.
We brought him out in the studio, and Malcolm and I would twiddle the dials, and he would play the synthesizer, and he'd start really getting into his head. Like that.
Tonto was installed in the studio which had been used by Jimi Hendrix, Electric Lady, and the trio got down to work.
He so enjoyed it that we didn't leave the studio. We worked day and night, weekends, holidays, birthdays, Christmas. It didn't make any difference. The time stopped, and we really went on to Stevie time. You see what I'm talking about, the rubato? It just lays way back.
Stevie's collaborators quickly realized that they were working with somebody special.
Stevie had such a breadth of musical capability, and he was also wide open to suggestion. I would sit down sometimes and play a few sort of jazz changes, and he immediately, oh, hey, show me that, what's that, show me that. And he would pick it up and then take it to a whole new place.
Working with Tonto, Wonder could experiment with the sound of funk.
Those were like fresh sounds, you know? You can play the same thing on a piano or on the organ, but it ain't gonna give you that same edge, that same flavor, or it don't touch you the same way. So, yeah, he brought a whole nother dimension.
The Electric Lady Sessions produced 4 albums worth of material. From Talking Book came the #1 hit, Superstition.
Very superstitious. Writings on the wall. Very superstitious.
Oh, man, you talking about funk. Oh, he's in funk heaven right there.
13-month-old baby.
Yes, Lord. Yes, he's funky. Yeah, he's most funky.
Keep me in
Definitely funky. You can't, I mean, you know, you can't cut that with a knife.
And then from the Inner Visions album, an inner city epic, Living for the City.
A boy's born in hot time, Mississippi, surrounded by.
But where Marvin Gaye used harmonies and jazz rhythms to sell the message, Stevie Wonder used a synthesized funk beat with an anger in his voice artfully captured by his co-producers.
Moving in the right direction, living.
We worked him hours. I'd stop the tape in the middle of the take, right, and to get him angry, to get that anger and that real feeling.
Just enough for the city.
We also tried to get this hoarseness in his voice. We kept on taking the same take over and over and over and over again. No, come on, Stevie, you can do better than that. And we would just really tee him off. And it took a lot of doing because he's not naturally that way.
She's got to get up early. Her clothes are old, but never are they dirty. Living just enough for the city. Her brother's smart. He's got more sense than many. His patience long, but soon he won't have any. To find a job is like a haystack needle. 'Cause where he lives, they don't use colored people. Living just enough for the city.
As Stevie Wonder funked it up in New York, the man who started the funk revolution powered his way into the 70s with a new band. James Brown was now getting audiences shaking and moving all around the world. Even chic Parisians could get it onto his fundamentalist funk. The musicians who had created Brown's first funk hits had left, unable to cope with his demands on their lives. One of the replacements was the 18-year-old Bootsy Collins.
He got us off the street. We was doing all the crazy stuff the kids was doing, out stealing, you know, breaking into cars. All the stuff kids was doing at that age, we were out there doing. And thank God that he came through at the time he came through. I think that was a powerful thing for us and for him, because we brought all of that energy, that crazy energy that we was used to doing in the street, we brought it to the band.
See, Bootsy is one of the most naturally funky people in the world. He could pick up a stick and hit it on the ground and it's gonna be funky, you know.
I was kind of, doing the freaky kind of bass thing, like playing lead bass, and, it was like, nah. He was like, settle down, son, settle down. He called me his son, it was like, okay, all right, Dad, what's up,
A lot of ignorance, he didn't understand the music because he hadn't been with me. But once I taught him, he could take it another step, because he was playing a bass faster than anybody at that time.
With Bootsy in his new funk lineup, James Brown added Sex Machine to the show.
Sex Machine. Get up. Get up.
Sex Machine, he's super sex. He's an incredibly, virile black man, and you're gonna have to just deal with it. That's part of the raw power of funk music.
Get up.
They went crazy. They went crazy, man. It was like, wow. I mean, people from everywhere. I mean, internationally, it was like we was just traveling everywhere, and all the people's reaction was the same everywhere. Everybody just went crazy.
Get up. Get up. Get up.
But Bootsy Collins had a little too much energy and star quality for James Brown.
I don't think he really liked it because it was so dynamic that it kind of overshadowed James Brown, When Boosie's on stage, you gotta watch Boosie. You gotta listen to Boosie, So James Brown didn't particularly like to be upstage, because now you got another personality on stage that is as funky and as dynamic, as much attitude as James,
Bootsy lasted barely a year before leaving James Brown in a dispute over money. So began a search, high and low, for new funketeers to play with.
Mr. Funk upon a time, in the days of the Funkapus, the concept of specially designed Afro knots capable of funkatizing galaxies.
What Bootsy found was a set of collaborators who seemed out of this world.
Of the pyramids.
But they played a music which satisfied all he ever wanted from funk.
Hey, since we got that far, y'all ready to fly? Are you ready to fly, Houston? All right. Let's keep that vibe going.
Actually, it was more of a spontaneous combustion. We just got together and just started funking. And that's what the funk is, It's something that you don't plan. It just, you jump in the back seat and you make it happen.
His new home was a groundbreaking funk collective known as P-Funk.
You can look at it as a combination of everything in the power of James Brown's music and everything in the freedom and wildness of Sly and the Family Stone's music cranked up a whole other notch.
This was where glam funk met psychedelia, a time of dressing up and dressing down. Science fiction and the choicest of grooves met in a monstrous show of epic proportions.
Dig, hey, Bone, tell them about it.
The shaman of all this funky excess was George Clinton.
Talking about you, man. Let's take it to the stage. Pick it up, fuck it down. Get up, hold it down. Everybody get up.
He was a riot. George Clinton is different, man.
Yeah, Georgie Porgy.
Everybody get up. Get up, hold it down. Everybody get up. Everybody get up.
Once you meet George Clinton, you'll never forget him.
He's barefooted in the wintertime, wear shoes in the summer.
The big feet just hanging out. And I looked at him and I said to myself, yeah, this is where I want to be right here. Because he was tripping like a mug.
Gonna blow the cobwebs out your mind.
Clinton was P-Funk's band leader, keeping together a volatile group of musicians with skill, intuition, and a natural sympathy for craziness.
Traffic cop, ringmaster, a bridge between great musicians who probably would not have been able to communicate enough to stay together, play together, because you gotta be crazy to be real good in music. You don't have to be, but it helps to be some kind of crazy. To me, it's a prerequisite.
I want you to free your mind and your ass will follow tonight.
Humor was a deliberate weapon.
Miss Muffet,
The humor had to be in there because it was so serious in the times back then. You have to be sure to keep it comical, because if you let it get you too mad, you'll end up being just like the thing you're fighting against.
Everybody say shit! Goddamn!
In the 70s, violence, crime, and poverty still traumatized Black America. But P-Funk wanted to laugh, not cry about that unfunky reality.
Hey, Horn!
We got a chance to kind of make fun of it and have a happy time out of it instead of dragging people down about how many problems we got, because that was all around us. It was so much around us that wasn't fun. You know, that wasn't no fun. Let's make fun of it.
Well, all right, Star Child.
Former members of the James Brown Band came to play with Clinton, attracted by the freedom he offered.
He had a love. It was a certain, not a dictating kind of spirit. You know, it was more musician friendly.
His concepts had no boundaries, you know. You couldn't say, well, George, you can't do that, you know, because that didn't mean anything to him. He wanted to do it anyway, and then you just had to make it work. He had that kind of nerve, and he had that kind of attitude where he could do things that other people wouldn't even try.
In 1976, George Clinton devised a stage show to tour stadiums usually frequented by the dinosaurs of rock. His central dramatic device was a spacecraft, the Mothership, descending to Earth to bring funk to the world. This was a vehicle for Clinton's belief in the healing power of music.
I ain't a preacher, because we don't really know what we're talking about, but it was as good a theory as any, and it was a positive one. It was always to make you dance and not have to do nothing, you know, really unfunky.
Ba-ba-dee-dee-dee, sha-dee-dee-dee-dee, ba-ba.
Yeah, what it is? What it is? Yeah, we gonna party tonight, y'all.
In the show, Clinton's alter ego, Dr. Funkenstein, stepped down to give deliverance from what he saw as the insanity of a planet without funk.
This alien of the universe, this super god, you know, and he was a black dude that liked to party.
Yeah, Dr. Funkenstein here.
We have come to save you from your drab, funkless life.
It ain't the big of the pill, baby. Call me the big pill.
It was just free your mind. You know, it freed everybody. It might have freed us too much. But it did give you a different kind of attitude. Black and Proud gave you one kind of attitude. Now here comes the Mothership to give you another kind of attitude.
Wait a minute. I think I see the Mothership coming. No.
But if audiences could bear to stop dancing and listen closely, there was a still deeper meaning to the Mothership, telling of sweet chariots, liberation, and transportation to a better world.
If you look through the Bible, it has, all through the Bible, it has, you're gonna be enslaved by Pharaoh, and somebody's got to, a Messiah got to come and get you, or swing down sweet chariot, take us to heaven. It was a song, it was a gospel song, actually.
I think I hear the Mothership coming. Yeah.
When I hear swing down, sweet chariot, stop and let me ride, you know, my parents and people say, well, that goes back to the slave era. And they were talking about when, you know, Martin Luther King had said he has a dream and we can all be together. This notion that, you know, at some point, black folks will be free. We'll be able to have self-determination. We'll be able to do their own thing. And so here comes George Clinton, you know, taking this sort of ageless notion of one day, you know, I'll be able to ride. You say, well, okay, well, I got a ship for your black ass, and let's get on it and ride.
The mothership burned a fiery path for several glorious years. But this funk opera became a funk folly. Its size and expense made it impossible to sustain showmanship of this kind. Yet as the mothership crashed to Earth and George Clinton's crew began to break up, funk became the big brother to a new sound, hip-hop.
You wanna get on after me, think about it, wait, erase your rhyme, forget it.
They kept the funk alive. And it was like, they was the extension of the street music. And that's what we were doing.
I drip steam like a microphone theme. Ego to MC is my thing.
When hip-hop artists started to make records, they looked to the first funk master for inspiration, sampling James Brown's classic grooves.
James was pure dope because you could actually take his and cut 1,000 records with it because you could use his foot, grunts and groans, no words at all.
It was natural that the new godfather of hip-hop, Africa Bambaataa, team up with an admirer, the godfather of soul, Brown himself.
He had a lot of good things, but I admired him because he was going the right direction. He was going to solving it, not creating more chaos that we had. And I love that because I'm about solving it. I ain't about creating no chaos. You're not black and bad, black and proud.
More controversially, funk and music with a message fused again when Public Enemy recorded Fight the Power. It obeyed Brown's first law of funk, driven by the downbeat right there on what he called the one, shaking with rhythm and full of musical invention.
They're the best samplers, using samples better than anybody had ever heard. They didn't have just a loop. They was over and over. They had somebody knew enough music to make that stuff sound crazy as hell, like bring on the noise, but at the same time, arranged. To me, there was hope that this is going to be some music that's going to be able to keep on evolving.
Public Enemy sampled the 1968 anthem, Black and Proud. But they went where James Brown would never go, by savaging the sacred idols of white popular culture.
Elvis was a hero to most, but he never meant to me. Yes, he's straight out racist. The sucker was simple and plain. Motherfucking in John Wayne. Cause I'm black and I'm proud. Cause I'm black and I'm proud. Cause I'm black and I'm proud. Already I'm hyped cause I'm amped.
The fury of the late 80s had connected with the anger of the 60s as African-American culture reached across the generations for inspiration. Funk was still fighting the power.
Next week, Mary J. Blige's journey from the block to bling sums up and completes the 50-year journey of black popular music. Don't miss the final episode of Soul Deep here on BBC Two at 9:25. And for more funk from the Godfather of Soul, switch over to BBC 4 for James Brown in Session now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ray Charles.
Get down on your knees if you have to get dirty. Get out. Hit me, bam.
Rhythm was there.
A few stolen moments is all that we share.
In the 1980s, soul music had been eaten up by America's global entertainment industry. Icons, such as Whitney Houston, produced a smoothed-out sound in tune with the apparent affluence of the Reagan era. Despite massive commercial success, some felt that black music was in danger of losing its soul.
At that time, soul music was almost like it was recorded and constructed in a mausoleum. It was on life support.
But a new beat was rising from the neglected inner city, hip-hop. It would resuscitate black music. The hip-hop revolution spawned a new generation of artists who created a form of soul music that spoke of a different reality. At the forefront was Mary J. Blige. She was a singer who came out of America's urban wastelands and could communicate the pain of the ghetto.
When you think about Mary J. Blige, you think about, to me, like our generation of Aretha Franklin, because she's got so much soul and she's just so raw.
When Mary J. Blige sang, it was the sound of soul music coming home.
Mary sang out of pain to express herself. Like, she wasn't an album, she was a movie.
She articulated the despair of her generation that felt cheated out of the American dream.
I didn't care about anything. And my testimony was death and drugs and F the world, because life or death meant nothing to me. It was like, whatever.
Her sound was dubbed hip-hop soul. And Mary J. Blige would take this music from the streets all the way to the top of the charts. In the last 5 years, black music has risen to a point where it is more successful than at any other moment in its history.
Hip-hop soul has taken over the music industry. And that's hot when you see, you know, a bunch of people that everybody said they would never get this far as hip-hop is concerned. They shut it down. I would never make it. It is the biggest voice you're hearing right now, and everybody wants to be a part of it.
This is the story of how one woman's troubled journey revolutionized the sound of modern pop, and in doing so, helped take black music from ghetto to fabulous. For millions of African Americans, the 1980s was a time of hard-won prosperity after years of discrimination and struggle.
We had fulfilled the dream of the great civil rights leader here, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We had overcome.
The generation born during the civil rights era had grown up and were now pursuing the American dream.
Black people in America, in the United States, had become very middle class. Or on the surface, that's what it seemed like. You know, that's what the Cosby Show talked about. So, you know, all of white America and all of the world, for that matter, thought that, wow, we can rest now. No more civil rights marches, no more dogs, no more hoses. Black people have arrived, they're comfortable, it's great.
Just as Black America had changed, so had its soundtrack.
Soul music is someplace else in the 1980s. It's tamer. You know, it's less grittier than what we see in terms of soul music, even in the 70s, but clearly in the 60s. This is a glossy sound.
With all my heart, I love you, baby. Stay with me, and you will see my eyes.
The soul music of the 80s was typified by Anita Baker, whose haunting voice was underpinned by a slick production style.
'Cause I believe I'm in love, sweet love,
The way what I call the Cosby epoch reflected in the music of Black America was very evident with great artists like Anita Baker, like Whitney Houston. The music represented a certain social stratum of middle-class Black America. You know, people who had moved to the suburbs, they had great jobs, their kids were in college, and, you know, they were church-going citizens, law-abiding citizens.
But not everyone listening to this music was in the suburbs. R&B radio stations carried the sound into the lives of those such as the young Mary J. Blige, whose communities had been ravaged by the economic policies of the Reagan presidency.
It was a real negative situation. Growing up in the neighborhood that I grew up in, but there was some really good R&B out, and it saved our lives. It helped us through. And I would just listen to Anita Baker. She said, when we met, I always knew I would feel the magic for you. On my mind constantly, and my arms is where you should be. And that's how I felt about the guys that I had crushes on, like, and I would dream about them and wish I could be with them, but I knew they wouldn't pick me because I was ugly. And that's what made me sad. To me, I didn't think I was pretty enough, like the girls at schools, like the girls with the Indian hair, and, you know, I just wasn't that, and I never felt like I was that.
The R&B that Mary listened to offered a release from the reality of growing up in a single-parent family in New York's notorious Schlobohm projects of South Yonkers.
The projects are basically federally subsidized housing that seem to be festering grounds for crime, for drug addiction, for drug selling, you know, for all kinds of illicit things of that nature.
It was a pretty bad, you know, way to grow up for a child to have to walk out and walk into crackheads and walk into, you know, situations where it happens, you know, drugs, promiscuousness, abuse from men, you know, just stuff like that. And, you know, memories of people not wanting you to succeed, not wanting you to get out.
But for Mary J. Blige, there was a way out of Schlobohm. It began in 1988, when a recording of Mary singing the Anita Baker song, Caught Up in the Rapture, led to a record contract almost by chance.
But the way I ended up in the music business was through a tape, an actual regular little tape of Caught Up in the Rapture, and I wanted to sing that song. And I recorded it at a mall called the Galleria Mall in Westchester County. And I went and I recorded the record just because I wanted to hear it back.
By fluke, the tape ended up in the hands of Andre Harrell, a maverick music executive, who traveled out to Yonkers to discover more about the voice that had immediately intrigued him.
I heard her sing, and it was like she was older than her years. I could hear the pain in her voice. She was very shy. You could see in her face she didn't know what to make of it, what to believe, how would it really change her life. It wasn't like she was necessarily on a career path at 16, 17 years old.
Andre Harrell returned from Yonkers with Mary under contract, but it would be nearly 3 years before he would try to launch her as a star. His delay was understandable. Mary J. Blige was a million miles away from what the music industry at the time regarded as the ideal black female singer, Whitney Houston.
I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside.
Whitney Houston represented, first of all, a phenomenal singer. I mean, she can get on the stage and blow people away.
Whitney Houston had been born into one of the most famous dynasties in soul. Daughter of Cissy Houston, cousin of Dionne Warwick, and part of the extended family of Aretha Franklin.
Everyone always makes the connection that Whitney was, she's affiliated, her mother sang with Aretha Franklin. So Whitney was around that tradition in the gospel church. But, Dionne Warwick is also related to Whitney. And so it wasn't simply Aretha's soul, it was also Dionne Warwick's pop that was a very part of her heritage.
Clock strikes upon the hour and the sun begins to fade. Still enough time to figure out how to chase my blues away.
From the outset, Whitney's career was masterminded by the veteran music executive, Clive Davis.
I really didn't try to make her an R&B artist. She was really a pop star, with soulful roots, but a pop star.
Whitney's first two albums each sold over 20 million copies. But despite her commercial success, there was one section of her public who felt she wasn't singing to them.
Black audiences were not all that much enamored with Whitney Houston. We don't think about cats in the hood sitting around, nodding their heads listening to her music. On one level, because clearly there was an effort to make her the un-black black artist. Right, that was part of selling Whitney, right? Let's kind of leave all this black stuff alone.
This dissatisfaction was made clear in 1989 when Whitney Houston attended the Soul Train Awards, the premier award show for the black record industry. Instead of cheering their biggest star, the crowd began to boo.
Whitney getting booed at the Soul Train Awards, it was like the audience telling her, you're not really who you say you are. You can't be Diana Ross anymore. You can't be Shirley Bassey. And you're not Barbra Streisand. This is what the boos are about. It's a wake-up call, Whitney.
As the 1980s came to a close, the tectonic plates of black music were shifting dramatically. Meanwhile, the girl who would benefit from this was working as a session singer for Andre Harrell's Uptown Records. While cutting her teeth on the New York club scene, Mary J. Blige received her first big break when her song, You Remind Me, was included on the soundtrack to the 1991 movie Strictly Business.
People like mixtape DJs back then were playing this record and everybody was requesting this You Remind Me record, a lot. Whoever was the hip hop DJ was playing it. And then it ended up being the biggest record on the soundtrack, and it wasn't even a single.
This wasn't corporate soul manufactured in a boardroom. You Remind Me signaled that a new female voice in R&B had arrived. By word of mouth, the track became an underground hit, much to the surprise of Uptown's parent company, MCA.
They didn't want to put that record out. It wasn't an obvious record to MCA at the time, who controlled our marketing dollars. But the record was bubbling under in the street. And it had that sweet, sour thing that Mary has, that pain, that dewy kind of hope, like that sunrise in the ghetto, like here's a new day. It might turn out good or it might turn out sad.
Oh man, the first day I heard You Remind Me on the radio, I was in a car with my girlfriend at the time, Lisa Hall, going up the West Side Highway, and it came on the radio. And I didn't know what it was, and I think she knew what it was, and she turned it up, and she was like, "That's you, Mary?" Ever since then, I had been hearing it, on the radio, like it'll come on late night. They weren't like heavy, but after a while, it was like all over the radio, and I'm still in the projects.
where You Remind Me starts blaring from radios and the video starts to circulate, it was like this kind of moment. Mary J. Blige was an anti-Whitney Houston. She clearly wasn't singing the crossovers. When we talk about R&B being the everyday reality of black life, right? She was the female embodiment of that. And when you hear You Remind Me, I mean, it just resonated in very powerful ways.
You Remind Me was first picked up by DJs and radio stations from the hip-hop community. In Mary, they heard a voice soaked in the reality of urban America. And despite her love of R&B, Mary was also a child of the hip-hop generation.
Well, hip-hop, when it first came about, it kind of like ministered to the broken street kid. And it made us speak a certain way, and it gave us a will to live. We wanted to hear these songs every single day. We wanted to go to the block party without getting shot or without getting stabbed or somebody, something bad happened to somebody, just so we can hear Run DMC say it's like that and that's the way it is.
The major record labels had started off by ignoring hip-hop, but by the late 80s, the sound was being taken seriously.
Who are these new groups? What is this new music?
Yo, check this out. I'm Funky Fresh, Dr. Jekyll, cold cooler in the place, and I'm chilling my new group on Uptown. I'm a cat it down. I got my man DJ Marley Marl. I got the Brothers Black, Swinny Rock, but that's the Quest, Everything the Boys, and Groove Beach. You know what? We getting money, baby. Kick it.
Mary J. Blige's record company, Uptown, had begun life as a hip-hop label, run by ex-rapper Andre Harrell. But Harrell's vision wasn't confined to rap music. He was aware that an opportunity existed for a new form of R&B that could speak to the hip-hop generation.
When I got the opportunity to start my own record company or have influence, the only way I could hear R&B is with a mixture of hip-hop beats and R&B melodies.
What Andre did is, he changed. He made history with what he did with Uptown. Even before I was there, it was a new jack swing going on.
Hit it.
New Jack Swing married the sonic assault of hip-hop with the melodic traditions of soul music. In promoting it, Uptown Records had helped to launch the sound that became modern R&B.
New Jack Swing was basically what the music is right now. It's a trip because it was big, heavy bass drum, boom, boom, and synthesizers and bass.
The style and culture of New Jack Swing was realized in one individual who would become the movement's biggest star, Bobby Brown.
Bobby Brown was the ensign for this new generation. He was the guy driving the Benz. He was the guy buying out the bar. Moet for everybody. It's on me. This guy was really a poster boy for, the street culture.
Unlike the street realness of hip-hop, New Jack Swing was aspirational music, and its stars sported the same designer labels worn by high-rolling street hustlers.
New Jack Swing became this culture of balling and passion and music with a celebration for young people. It always had a dressed-up sound, a slick dressed-up sound with jewelry. A jury, and with the jury like the diamonds were the champagne bubbles of the party.
It's the way that I want to live. It's my I can do just what I feel. It's my no one can tell me what to do.
It was Bobby Brown's explosion onto the music scene in 1988 that turned the R&B industry upside down and signaled that time was finally up for slickly engineered 1980s crossover soul.
He sold 8 million copies of that album. He literally allowed the recording industry to say, you know, there's actually something here around R&B again, right? We can reinvest in what's happening around this notion of New Jack Swing because it speaks to the kids, and now we realize that the kids are, in fact, buying records.
New Jack Swing even affected Whitney Houston, who flirted with the sound in an attempt to restore her credibility with black audiences.
From the moment I saw you, I went out on my mind. Oh, I never believed in love at first.
Whitney's infatuation continued in the flesh when she got engaged to Bobby Brown.
She didn't feel that she was flourishing for some reason. And so she got involved with Bobby Brown. She didn't want one of the Huxtable kids. She wanted a gangster, and she got it.
Whitney eventually tied the knot with Bobby Brown in the summer of 1992, marrying into the sound when New Jack Swing was on a high. But while the black music industry was celebrating the wedding, Uptown Records was ready to capitalize on the success of their own soul diva.
You do, yes you do. Don't you wanna run with me, baby?
Mary J. Blige's career path was overseen by one of Uptown's rising stars, Sean Combs, better known as Puff Daddy.
Puff Daddy, A&R director of Uptown. My brother, let him know how easy or how difficult or how fly or how complicated it was to put this jam together.
Really, it was no problem because all my black brothers and sisters came together, like my man Dougie Fresh, all the beautiful women out here. We came together just to have a good time, celebrate the Overweight Lovers Party. We out.
Puff Daddy styled Mary to appeal to the youth of black America, giving her a look that would come to be known as Ghetto Fabulous.
Well, he took what he saw when I first came to Uptown. I either had on a pair of baggy jeans or some Timberlands or something that made him understand what I was. And he took that and he made it expensive. And he put me in our baggy men's version of an Armani suit, turned my hat backwards, and there was Mary J. Blige looking like hip-hop royalty, but like a dude.
Mary's debut album, What's the 411, opened with a string of answer phone messages to Mary from Puff Daddy and others that dramatized the world she was coming from.
Yo, what's up? This is Mary. I'm not home. Leave a message. Peace.
Yo, Mary, what's up? This is Kurt Juice. Yo, what's up? What's happening? You late. Come on, hurry up. We gotta go get this money.
What's the 411? Definitely with Puffy saying, come on, nigga, we gotta make this money. Like he was talking to a dude.
Yo, Mary, it's Puff. Pick up the phone, nigga. Hey, yo, Mary, it's Puff.
That's how young guys talk to their girls, like they were talking to another guy. They talk really hard to them. And those women, again, you know, took it like, oh, he loves me. Call me a nigga, he called me a bitch. You know, he really feels for me.
Mary. Mary, it's me.
What's the 411 completed the transformation of R&B into a new musical hybrid.
Because I heard that you got it going on
with the New Jack Swing, she graduated it because she had so much pain and soul in her vocal, and it became hip-hop soul.
Hip-hop soul recycled rap and classic soul records to create new music.
Well, hip-hop soul to me is the ability to be able to take another artist's sample and like write it like you are a part of, like you were in the band with them.
In the case of Mary's breakout single, Real Love, the beat was lifted straight from a cult hip-hop record by the group Audio 2.
MCMI, people call me Milk. When I'm busting up a party, I feel no guilt. Milk D's rhyming, Milk is chilling, Giz is chilling. What more can I say? Top villain.
We had the Milk is Chillin' beat, which was a famous rap record beat that was really a teenage beat, and it was simple, straight ahead.
I just wanted to ride the beat and sing. So when you take a Milk is chillin', Giz is chillin', you say real love, is crazy. I'm not taking anything out of it. It's still organic. And then we ride it. Now the hump is there and everybody's like, what is this?
Uptown marketed Mary as the queen of hip-hop soul. Ghetto royalty singing out to the dysfunctional children of Black America.
Mary sang out of pain to express herself. And we were able to take her pain and put it on a platform to be the communicator for all that generation of women who had grew up in the 80s in a single-parent decade with crack being the main drug, just taking whole households out. It was bigger than a hit record. It was a generation of women who felt like they were unloved and they had no idea would they ever be loved. And here was this beacon of light singing about it.
She is just this strength and this light and this, you see her pain, you see what she's been through, and she makes you remember when you've been through that, and sounds good doing it.
So I try my best and pray to God He send me someone real to caress me and to guide me towards the love my heart can feel. Now I know I can be faithful, I can be your all in all. I give you good loving through the summertime, winter, spring, and fall.
The unique combination of Uptown's marketing savvy and the heartfelt soul in Mary's voice made her a star, with What's the 411's lead single, Real Love, making the top 10 in the pop charts.
I was still in the projects, doing the regular things that I do, getting in fights, going through it, It was like, whatever. And then, out of nowhere, Real Love just turned into a bomb. Like, it was like all over the place, and it took me out of the hood. It took my family out of the hood. And I was stuck in the music business.
Mary wasn't the first to bring hip-hop and R&B together, but no one had done it as convincingly as she did with What's the 411.
The birth of hip-hop soul really occurs with this hybrid moment, of Mary J. Blige. You see it in Mary, you see it in the best work of the Fugees, you see it in the work of Lauryn Hill. To a certain extent, you even see it later in the work of Beyonce. This kind of marriage of what soul meant as literally the sound of Black America, but updating it for a hip-hop generation.
Whereas during the 1980s, hip-hop and R&B had been in competition with each other, the fusion of the two created a new path that would be explored by countless Black artists.
I mean, R&B and hip-hop, they became sister and brother, R&B gained the raw side of the hardcore side of how the music should sound. And what hip-hop gained is the melodies.
My pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song.
The cross-fertilization of hip-hop and soul in the mid-90s allowed eclectic trio The Fugees to reach a global audience with their album, The Score.
What we wanted to do was take that soul that we heard and we just wanted to throw it on top of a beat.
Yo, this is why Clef Refuge
And then say a rhyme on top of that. So it wasn't, the soul didn't drastically change. All we did was took a piece of the soul, you know, and added it to whatever hip hop we was doing.
I came to see him and listen for a while. And there he was, this young boy, stranger to my eyes, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his
Hip hop soul brought hip hop across to a mainstream audience that didn't necessarily understand it in a full scope. Cause like they would hear Killing Me Softly and see me go one time, you know, and they're like, wow, cute kids, you know what I'm saying? Let me go pick that CD up, you know? But what happened was people was like, wow, man, I didn't know hip hoppers could sing. I didn't know they could play instruments. I didn't know they actually smile. I didn't know that there was a different point of view of the hood. I thought they all just killed people, you know what I mean? I think when the score came out, it just said, nah, you know what I mean? We represent hip hop, and this is our version of what it is.
each one out loud.
At one point, R&B and hip hop were really on divergent kind of paths, and then I think people began to see that a hybrid could emerge. You know, the gangsters need love too, you know, and it brought these two seemingly disparate worlds together. The world of glitz, you know, the raw, kind of grimier world, you know, of the street, of the projects.
By the mid-90s, the ascendance of hip-hop soul had allowed Mary to leave the projects far behind her. The release of her second album, My Life, sealed her reputation as the voice of a generation.
That album, the My Life album, was one of my top 10 albums of all time. I mean, I just think it's an amazing album. It's an album I played over and over and over.
You're gonna always feel Mary because it's real. And when they say keeping it real, Mary is that person. Mm-hmm. She's just keeping it real. She is real.
As well as solidifying her position as the queen of hip-hop soul, My Life conveyed a personal pain that seemed extreme, even by the standards of soul music.
The second album made her much darker. And I say darker, more minor keys. Her own vocals seem more pained.
Everything's going wrong. Why you had to say goodbye? Look what you done to me. I can't stop these tears from falling from my eye. Ooh, baby.
My Life is probably the biggest mirror of where I was during that time. And during that time, I was how that record feels and sounds. Very blue, very suicidal, practically dead. Didn't care if I lived or died and wanted somebody to kill me without saying it.
As a teenager, Mary had been no stranger to alcohol and drugs. But after her collision with fame, they became even more destructive in her life.
You hear all, the meltdowns, in terms of interviews that she's doing, where folks are just like, we don't know what to do with this woman. She's falling apart on us. She's not answering our questions. She's not showing up for interviews. If she does show up for interviews, she's showing up, spaced out, et cetera, et cetera.
This is my life.
It was either the press saying that I'm disrespectful or I'm this or I'm that. I was in abusive relationships with another artist who was insecure, who didn't know his own power. So what do? You go sniff a whole bunch of cocaine, or you go drink some alcohol just to numb everything, and then you could go around them and say, kiss my ass. You know what I'm saying? Now you could deal with them. So it was to cope with life. In the music business, I had to get wasted all the time.
Mary channeled the chaos of her life into songwriting, and the My Life album became her confessional. On the single Be Happy, she communicated her personal anguish in a way that revealed yet another debt owed to the hip-hop she had grown up with.
R&B artists, for the most part, with the exception of Marvin Gaye and maybe Curtis Mayfield, a few others, sang love songs that seemed like commercial love songs. Rappers wrote about their lives, and that's the thing. Those weren't just generic love songs. They were songs set to her life, penned about her own struggles. But she's taking the artistic license that hip-hop allowed and ran with it.
How can I love somebody else if I can't love myself enough to know when it's time to let go?
What I'm saying in Be Happy is exactly what I'm saying in Be Happy. I just want to be happy. All I really want is to be happy. And, you know, so many people want to be happy, but they just don't know how. And that's the whole thing. They don't know how to be happy.
The promo for Be Happy concealed Mary's angst behind a glossy sheen and was part of a visual revolution that was transforming the black music industry at the time. The director of Mary's video, the ex-graffiti artist Hype Williams, was the man responsible for taking Ghetto Fabulous out of the ghetto.
My point of view was really from the street, you know, in terms of like I thought that we can make the music seem a lot bigger. I just felt like our music was just as big as Madonna's or Sting or any of these huge artists.
You ready, Mace? Party people in the place to be. It's about that time for us to.
I felt like our music needed an image to match, you know, Billy Idol's or Michael Jackson's. You know, that was how I felt about it. That's what I strive to do, is just make it seem big, like it felt to me.
Well, Hype Williams, as a video director, did to urban videos what Picasso did to the art world. He turned it on his ear. He said to black people and black performers and black America in general, there's no boundaries with how you look. You're fabulous, gorgeous people, and I want to illustrate that. I mean, the way people viewed black performers were not the same after Hype Williams.
Bring this BS to an end. Come on.
R&B and hip-hop artists made use of Hype's images to gain access to MTV and reach the millions of white record buyers who watched it.
The artist gave me free reign to paint the pictures I wanted to paint, and as a result, I sold millions and millions and millions of records. So they kind of opened up the vault, so to speak, and they just really allowed the image to be monumental. And everybody wanted, you know, a $2 million Hype Williams music video.
The biggest thing about Hype was that he made you look like a star.
Mm-hmm.
As long as Hype did the video, you were good, you know.
Hey, let's
just
break some champagne.
Just slow motion.
Break some champagne and pour a little on the floor. We're in.
Yep, we're in. Cue the babes.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, we gotta have the babes.
Gotta have the babes.
That's what we do.
In 1997, Hype Williams made an experimental film that launched the career of an artist whose left field music merged hip-hop and soul with futuristic electronica, Missy Elliott.
Me, I'm super fly, super duper fly, super duper fly. Me, I'm super fly, super duper fly.
No one understood who Missy was image-wise. The record company really felt that we were making a mistake. And it was only through myself and Missy Elliott who really saw that there was a moment here to do something great.
When the rain hits my window, I take it, me and Timberland, ooh, we sang a jangle. We so tight that you get our styles tangled. Sway your do-si-do like you loco. Can we get kinky tonight like Coco? So, you wanna play with my yo-yo? I smoke my on the D-Lo.
The Rain created a persona for Missy where Missy wasn't a rapper anymore. It wasn't hip-hop. It was like this really space-age soul music, almost like what George Clinton did with Parliament Funkadelic in the 70s. So Hype's videos liberated her to be very different, to be very probing, to be very innovative.
I'm driving to the beach, top down, loud sound, see my piece. Give them pounds now, look who it be. It be me and Timothy. Look like.
At the heart of the Rain's sound was the musical partnership of Missy Elliott and the visionary producer Timbaland. His innovative production techniques reinvented rhythm, and elements of his sound have dominated R&B in the last decade.
I think Timbaland and Missy really began to redefine what an R&B track is, because he's putting the drums in these weird places, kind of falling wherever he wants them to fall. They completely like atomize the whole notion of what funk is, what rhythm is, because it becomes this polyrhythmic animal.
8, 9, 10, 9, 10 begins. I sit on hills like Lauren until the rain starts coming down. Lauren, have me, yes you lucky, yes you lucky.
I mean, it shouldn't work, but it does. I mean, it's not at the margins. It's like squarely right at the top of the pop charts. But it's as innovative as kind of geeky intellectual electronica.
Having found a look for Missy Elliott that matched her musical uniqueness, Hype Williams went on directing promos for most of the leading R&B artists, including Mary J. Blige, providing an exotic setting for the video to her single, Everything.
I've known Mary for a long time, but the thing I remember most about Mary was just how powerful she seemed in front of a camera. I just remember thinking to myself that it couldn't get much better than this.
It's all because of you. I'm never sad and blue. You brighten up my day in your own special way. Whenever you're around,
Everything was the standout track from the 1997 album, Share My World. The dark narratives of my life were replaced by a new optimism, born out of Mary's re-evaluation of her responsibilities as an artist.
When you realize that your misery can either help a person to want to live or die, your testimony, so to speak, that's enough to wake you up in a sense, you know. And my testimony was death and drugs and F the world and I don't care, and so many people felt like that. And I didn't want people listening to my music blowing their own heads off.
Mary cut her links with Uptown and Puff Daddy, and for the first time took her career in her own hands.
When I got out of there, it was the best thing that ever happened to me in my career, because it started a whole chain of people, new people that were happy that I left and that were cheering me and rooting me on and was like, okay, what's next? We sick of hearing you crying. We sick of hearing you want to be happy. Are you happy yet? And a lot of people were coming and saying that. So it was like, okay, I got to do something different.
Share My World went straight to the top of the album charts, triumphantly vindicating Mary's decision to take her music in a new direction. With this kind of success, it was hardly surprising that by the late 90s, every aspiring pop starlet was borrowing heavily from her Ghetto Fabulous rulebook.
I think Mary J. Blige brought together hip-hop and R&B in a very organic way. I mean, then I think you cut to somebody like J-Lo where it's very unnatural. You know what I mean? By then, it's popular. By then, it's profitable. So J-Lo is doing, remixes with rappers and stuff like that because it sells records, not because it's organic to what she's doing musically.
I see little pieces of me everywhere. So now that I'm out here and I made it and I survived and I look around and I see a bunch of little Mary J. Bliges running around, it's like I birthed children. I mean, there's your complete duplicates, which is like sad. It's because you want to have you in there somewhere, But then you have your Beyoncé's who was inspired by Mary J. Blige, who's taken that and made it her own and is working for her.
Beyonce Knowles, lead singer and founder member of Destiny's Child, grew up so immersed in R&B music that she set up her own girl group at the age of 9 and began to put them through their paces.
Okay, you got it. I was just checking. Okay, you got it.
Music, to me, from the time I could even remember, was my first love, was what I loved, almost what I lived for.
You are all right just on that. We're not the children.
In the beginning, we just took voice lessons and we practiced on our own because that's what we love to do. And my dad started helping us and just tried to do everything and anything to help our dreams come true.
Yo.
Come on, Beyonce, we need to get through the audition. Solange, you need to please have a seat. I don't want to hear another word from you. I decided that I would get involved, and my wife got involved as well. And at that point, we had a vision of where we would like to take this group, and we kind of gave everybody the option. This is our vision. If you like to come with this vision, we respect that. Would love for you to, and if you don't, we also respect that and wish you well. And that's when, I got into the management role.
Matthew Knowles was a music industry outsider, but he used the marketing skills he had gained working in the business world of Houston, Texas, to get the group a contract with Columbia Records in 1997.
All right. Hey, I hope y'all like surprises, because I'm about to do one right now. So I want y'all to give a big round of applause for Destiny's Child.
Destiny's Child's first single was the slow R&B of No, No, No. But the distinctive vocal style of the group only emerged when ex-Fuji star Wyclef Jean was brought in to give Destiny's Child a hip-hop edge.
They told me there's these 4 girls, I need you to do a remix, and I was like, oh no, 4 girls, I don't want to do no remix. Then I go into the room, and I'm from the church, so I was like, sing a church song, you know what I'm saying? And Beyonce started singing, you know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, this is big, I'm in.
You know what, Wyclef was, just his musical ear is just amazing, for one. And I remember we did have a slow version of our very first single, No, 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 and he was like, no, let's flip it. So he put Beyonce in there to do the verse, and he said, sing.
And Beyonce just jokingly starts going, but I want to love you. No, 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 no. And he says, what did you just do? What did you just do? And she's like, what? And then she says, "Why would I love you?" And he says, "I love that. I love that."
Oh, I know you want me, I can see it in your eyes. But you keep on fronting what you say was on your mind. Cause each every time you meet me, you give me signs. But when I ask you what's the deal, you hold on inside. If you wanna be with me, you gotta keep it real. Tell me what's going on, tell me how you feel. Oh, I know you want me just as much as I want you.
It was just like a hip hop, Texas meets like a trip hop style where singing wise, it's going more in rhythms opposed to melodies. So if you hear it, you'll hear I
see you on the corner, but you don't know what to say. When I walk up to you, baby, you seem so shy. Never had a girl like I can see right through you, and you know you wanna be mine. So get your act together, 'cause you're running out of time.
That was something new in music, and people started to sing songs faster and with more like of a rhythmic kind of, you know, trickiness about it, and people thought that was very intriguing.
It was the hard, rhythmic singing style of Beyoncé Knowles that fueled the success of Destiny's Child and helped make her a household name all over the world.
Beyoncé is never floating in a song, right? She's never kind of coasting in the song. She's always working at the lyric, and you get those kind of moments where she takes these lyrics and just does this kind of rapid fire that squeezes them into the spaces they need to be squeezed into. It's extraordinary.
1, 2, 3, 4. When you leave, I'm begging you not to go. Call your name 2, 3 times in a row. Such a funny thing for me to try to explain. How I'm feeling in my pride is the one to blame. 'Cause I know I don't understand just how you love me doing no one else can.
She is an extraordinary vocal figure in that regard. And I would argue if you look at the kind of generation of R&B vocalists who've emerged, she and Mary, I think, are the clear choices for, you know, the most extraordinary voices of black female vocalists in that tradition.
Here we go!
I think Beyonce is one of the geniuses. She's a writer. She could dance really, really well. And it looks good. And I'm even inspired back by her. That's what it's all about.
With the 21st century charts filled with hip-hop and R&B, it was time for the queen of hip-hop soul to prove she had not been left behind. Mary J. Blige now released her biggest-selling album, a defiant statement that she was ready to leave her demons behind her. No more drama.
Are you implying that Mary has drama in her life?
Yeah. What would make you think that?
What would make you think that? I don't know.
The title track, No More Drama, was the fruit of Mary's ongoing collaboration with R&B super producers Jam and Lewis.
You can tell when you watch her sing it, when you see her do it live, you can tell she's feeling every bit of, every single word in that song. She feels it. She's lived it.
Broken heart again, another lesson learned. Better know your friends, or else you will get burned. Gotta count on me, 'cause I can guarantee that I'll be fine. No more pain, no more pain, no more pain, no more pain, no drama, no more drama in my life. No one's gonna make me hurt again.
What happened with that particular time in that song is that I had reached a point where I was tired of just hating myself so much. I ended up in another relationship that was very abusive, and the dude tried to kill me.
Cry no more. No more pain, no more pain.
So at that point, I was like, okay, there's something wrong with you, but there has to be something wrong with me to keep drawing people like you in my life. And then Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis came with the record out of nowhere, and it lyrically told the story of my life. So it was kind of like, enough. Aren't you tired of this?
I really don't wanna ride. No more drama in my life. I don't ever wanna hurt again.
Now, well into the second decade of her career, Mary J. Blige is widely regarded as the most significant female artist of her generation, supported by the most loyal fan base in R&B.
I think the reason that people love Mary, women especially, is because we've seen her stumble. You know what I mean? We've seen her fall, but she got up. You know what I mean? I think people love that about her.
I don't know, only God knows where the story ends for me, but I know where the story begins. It's up to us to choose, whether we win or lose, and I still don't win.
And the fact that she didn't Kurt Cobain and take herself out of here, but fight her way back into a life, made her so important, made her the most rock and roll. That's the real rock and roll, where you're dealing with harsh and tragic situations and you fight your way back to life.
Mary's journey from ghetto to fabulous has also been made by black music itself. In the last few years, between a half and 3/4 of all the singles in the US Top 40 have been hip-hop and R&B. For the first time in history, black music is now the predominant sound of mainstream American pop music.
Hip-hop soul has taken over the music industry. You got Justin Timberlake, who's a pop artist doing hip-hop and R&B. You got Britney Spears trying to do hip-hop and R&B. And you got all these little pop girls wanting to be down. Everybody wants to do this, this, and this. So that's what happened to the Billboard charts.
It has taken 50 years, but in that time, R&B has gone from being the party music of a segregated minority to the blinged-out soundtrack of 21st century life.
Black as a cultural touchstone is no longer not cool. In fact, it is the coolest thing. All of these black artists, they're beneficiaries of an historical shift. No longer are you having to be a black artist to change yourself to appeal to young white people in the suburbs. The white people in the suburbs are now want to change to be you. And it's a huge difference. Motown, they have to accommodate to be accepted. Whitney Houston, accommodate to be accepted. Michael Jackson to some degree, etc. No, we're not going to change for you. We're going to be who we are. We're going to wear the kind of clothes we wear. And then what happens is they don't have to change. The world changes for them. That's a huge difference, and that's all because of the change in the culture.
No more drama, everybody. See, I know that we all been scorned, but we're gonna try to heal together, people. Come together. We need to, yeah, 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 yeah.
Pocket-sized rock god Prince is in concert right now, the energetic Sign of the Times on BBC 4. And don't forget you can log on to bbc.co.uk/Soul Deep for much more on the history of soul and exclusive performances by the stars. And there's a compilation of some of the best music featured on Soul Deep, now available on a double BBC CD.